Well, this is a brand new event for the first time ever, a showcase called New Game Plus Showcase 2026, and this will be my official co-stream of this. If you are watching this later and they happen to use any copyrighted music, there'll be muted sections of the broadcast. I apologize for that. I don't really have control over that. Hopefully they don't use copyrighted music. This is a creator-led event put on by guys like Jake Lucky, Hunter, and others. And we're excited because it's going to be over 3 hours long, 45 games and interviews and new gameplay. So we are excited to check it out. And since we already streamed today, I'm just going to keep the competition between YouTube and Twitch alive for memberships, renewals, gifting, and all of that. So if you guys have renewals or you guys want to go crazy, go right ahead. If you're watching this later on YouTube, consider hitting like and subscribe. That way you can be here for the content. If you are here in the live environment right now, hit that like button and help us out with that. It helps more people find the content. They're going to go live in about 25 minutes with a bit of a pre-show that we will watch and enjoy. And we'll just be kind of reacting to this live. It's presented by Gaming World Media. And this is, I actually kind of think this is a cool thing that I hope they can find success and do it every year. I love the idea of having the Xbox Developer Direct has been announced. That is on the 22nd. And then this event, it's just a great way to kind of celebrate games that are coming out. We came from Green Room. Yeah, I had a bit of a break. This is the first video I got a proper notification for this week and a recommendation. Not sure why, but I think it's my app. I also think we're fixing things, so that's probably helping. We're no longer doing some of we had to do some weird stuff with members' content, and we're no longer doing that, and I think that's probably helping. So we have made some changes that are probably helping the content get to you in a more expeditious way. So if you guys got a notification and you're piling in before this gets started, hit that like button. That does help us out. We appreciate you guys spending your time with us. This is going to be a long stream. It's going to be a long day for me, but hey, I like it. The Lono emote, Pop Nemo. Is that me? Is that supposed to be me? A dog talking? You have some inside news? Oh, you do? Oh, well, tell us. We need a Legend of Heroes Beyond Horizon trailer. We're back. We are back. We streamed pretty long earlier, and the stream will be 3.5 hours in length. Okay, yeah, Jake Lucky said that it was going to be over 3 hours on Twitter, so I appreciate you telling us. I appreciate it. Lono Steve Rogers. What about Steve Rogers? Steam 2, Electric Boogaloo. That's right. Seeing cool new games definitely makes the day more enjoyable. Get comfortable, boys. That's right. Get comfortable. And do the things. Do the rituals. Let's get that like count up about as fast as we possibly can. That does help us out. Appreciate you guys tuning in and spending your time with us. They're going to go live in about 22 minutes. We're going to be checking it out. I can do this all day. That's right. There's lots of chats happening with Jake on the Discord too. Nice, nice. I like Jake Lucky. I like Hunter. They're good dudes, and happy to have an event to co-stream. D-Pay Sage is gonna get to work on helping this little goal for the week climb a little bit higher. What's up, bro? With Green Room channel on Discord, I have a hard time joining it. I don't utilize Discord that much on the daily, but I'm here. Yeah, we're not thrilled about having to do that, but the point is we're trying to fix things, or at least wait until YouTube fixes them. 3 hours is crazy. I thought maybe an hour. 45 games, deep dives, and interviews. Paco comes in with 44 months and a VIP and takes the number to 272. Thank you so much. YouTube's kind of running away with it today. It's 89-21. Twitch, let's see what you got. You guys, these are great opportunities to go nuts, man, these live events. How long have they been doing this show? This is the first time they have ever done this show. This is the inaugural stream or broadcast of it. First one ever. So, yeah, I'm excited. I think these kinds of events can become really, really good annual traditions. a great way to showcase new games and do interviews with developers. It's creator-led. I don't think there's any paid-for spots at all. It's just a completely creator-led event that's intended to just showcase great games. So I applaud their efforts and their motivation to do it. It's good. I'm all about it. The Developer Direct from Xbox is 2 weeks from now. That got announced today. So excited to see that one as well. We'll be watching that one. The DICE Award nominations are out. DICE Awards will be in February. I believe I put that on the calendar. February the 12th. It makes sense why you've never heard of it. Yeah, you'd have never heard of it until just today. So hopefully you guys are having a good day. We had a long stream earlier. We talked about all kinds of stuff. We talked about GTA 6 and Arc Raiders. And, yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. January is already kind of starting to heat up. That's kind of what we were hoping for, man. We like to have good games to play and good things to discuss with you guys. And as you're kind of settling in for the evening with us, make sure that you guys have gone through the ritual of hitting the like button. What's up, Lono? Bring on the games. Bring on the games. The panel pick seemed good. Let's see here. Sand of Time, Prince of Persia may be shown. Oh, the Sands of Time remake? Every month this year has a banger of a game for me. Yeah, I mean, my kind of top three, somebody asked me earlier what my top three games this year are that I'm kind of anticipating, and it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. Saros, Control Resonant, and Wolverine are like my top three. I absolutely cannot wait for them. If you guys want to put some of the top games you're looking forward to this year while we kind of wait for the show to start, give us something to talk about. Feel free to do that. Control 100%. I think tomorrow I'm going to do a Control gameplay stream for you guys. I want to show you that game because if you haven't played it yet, you need to play it. Control Resonance coming this year. It's a sequel to Control, and I really think Control is an excellent game that people should not be sleeping on. Replaced and Beast of Reincarnation. Yes, Replaced looks phenomenal. Oh my gosh, it looks so good. Beast of Reincarnation is going to be at the Xbox Developer Direct. That was a surprise, I'll admit. I did not expect to see that one at the Xbox Developer Direct. Did you play the Alan Wake DLC in Control? No, I did not. There was one that I played where I got like new abilities. I was like pulling rock formations out of walls to create platforms for me. And I don't remember finishing it. I remember going back to the game and playing that for a little bit. Titan Pragmata as well. It's just such a stacked year, man. That's the first DLC. Was not great. Okay. What was Jez's hint that you mentioned in the green room? Yeah, in the Windows Central article, Jez hinted about the secret fourth game. I believe he said something about baking or something. Can somebody get that? Can somebody find that? Let me see here. Let me open up a separate tab and drag it over here. Let's see. Let me go to my history. Windows Central. What to expect? Yeah, it was in this what to expect one. Let's see. It was near. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. He says, I've heard one of Microsoft's more intrepid teams may be ready to show off what has been baking. What could he be referring to? Like, we got Playground's going to be there. They're going to show a deep dive, the first deep dive into Fable, and then Forza Horizon. But who could be baking? Control is a game that consistently draws me back. Thank you, V-Game Veteran, for 4 months on Twitch. Thanks for using your Prime sub. I greatly appreciate that. Easy Bake Oven Simulator? I truly don't know. Baking. I can't think of a developer's name or a game franchise that he could be hinting at. I really don't know. State of Decay? What's their developer name? Why would you say baking for State of Decay? Yeah, it's Overcooked. Swordman 7. Swordman 7. Did they own the studio behind Overcooked? Overcooked dev. Ghost Town Games. Ghost Town Games owner. Yeah, they're not owned by them, so that I don't know if that would be it. That would make a whole lot of sense. What studio's in development right now? Do you think it's a baking game? Why would he say? No, I don't think the baking clue is that direct. I think it's less direct and less obvious. I really do. I don't necessarily think it's. I don't think he's being that literal. I think he's being cheeky. Like, it's got to be in reference to like a developer's name or something. Is there a developer that you would see? So he's like making a pun or something. Oh, that's right. They said they were going to go live 15 minutes early and do like some pre-show stuff. It would specifically, he said baking. He didn't say cooking. He said baking. Okay, they're live. All right, let me go full screen here. Okay, they don't have any audio yet, so I'm just kind of waiting. Baking as a metaphor. Guys, make sure as you're piling in to hit that like button. It's hard to do a second stream in the day like this, and you guys certainly help by showing up, being here, being awesome, and hitting the like button. Okay. I still don't have any audio. Oh, there we go. Let me see if I can't bump the quality. There we go. What does it say? Jake Lucky's a handsome man. Why is he looking all fuzzy? Are we getting a hint here from Shinobi? Not very excited. Appreciate you guys being here for a second show. We've only been live for about 12 minutes. They're going to do a bit of a pre-show here. They do have a Discord server if you want to check it out. Anybody in here hoping for Gears of War E-Day? I don't think Gears of War E-Day is going to be at this event. Yeah. Pentiment? I don't know about that. I don't know if you would drop a hint for Pentiment. If you guys have never been here before, we do a live show Monday through Friday. Reforge Gaming is the name of the channel. I go by Lono, and you can be here for Safe for Work video game podcasting Monday through Friday. We talk about games, the game industry. We check out new games. Sometimes we retread old games. And we'll be doing that tomorrow. We'll be checking out Control. And my man V Game Veteran decided to bless some people and dropped 5 members on the community. Every 25, I gift one back. I owe you guys one right now. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Thank you so much for supporting the community and supporting me. When this number right down there gets to 500, that means on Friday night, you get a stream where my wife reacts to gaming news, and then you can make her play a game. You can make her play. This week, it's the Promise Mascot Agency. That is always a fun time with Madam on Friday nights. You guys have unlocked Friday night at 250, but 500 gets her to come hang out with us. What about the Last Sentinel showing up? It's been over 2 years. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I hope the show isn't cringe. Given that it's creator-led, I don't think, like, I've watched Luke Stevens content. I've interacted with Jake Lucky and Hunter a handful of times. I don't think they're gonna make it cringe. I think they're gonna make it, still no audio. Do you hear the music?
Assassin's Creed Odyssey is a fantastic fantasy RPG.
Old school RuneScape is the greatest game of all time.
Lies of P is a better video game than Bloodborne.
The RPG category is so broad to the point that it's meaningless.
Mouse and keyboard is easier to be good at than controller.
The Horizon franchise is very mid.
A battle royale would not have saved Halo Infinite.
A battle royale would have saved Halo Infinite.
Multiplayer games are held to lower standards because everything you do with your friends is fun by default.
If most of our favorite games launched today, people would call them bad.
Yes.
Mass Effect or Dragon Age?
Mass Effect.
Dragon Age.
Mass Effect.
Oh, Mass Effect.
Outworld or Pokemon?
Pal World.
Pow World.
I don't want to get a cease and desist, so I'll say Pokemon.
Power. The
a fantastic fantasy RPG.
Old school RuneScape is the greatest game of all time.
Yeah, so they're looping through the hot takes. Yeah, I like the idea of what's a hot take that you know people are going to disagree with. I think that's a good way of like stoking the fires of the chat, getting people talking. This is actually a really smart idea. But I'd like to see them. I think seeing them banter as a group would be enjoyable.
Because everything you do with your friends is fun by default.
If most of our favorite games launched today, people would call them bad.
Hideo Kojima writes dialogue like an alien trying to convince everyone else he's a person, and it's bad.
Early access is good for video games.
Arkham Origins has the best written story in the Arkham series.
Nintendo is held to different standards than other companies.
Marathon is a more fun game than Arc Raiders.
PC or console? PC.
Oh, we're back into this or that. Yeah, it starts in 5 minutes. It starts in 5 minutes. You think Luke Stevens is lost? On his Kojima take, I actually think some of what he's saying I agree with. Like in Death Stranding 2 especially, I felt like some of the writing was... I wasn't too thrilled with it. I felt like Death Stranding 1 got me with the creativity. There were some really gripping stories, particularly the story with Mama was really good. But then like Death Stranding 2 got a little too transparent, too see-through. He's not good at foreshadowing. He basically is like, he just tells you like what's coming. He's not a native English speaker. Yeah, for him being, not a native English speaker, I can forgive some of the woodenness of it, but to me it's more about choices within the story that he makes. I also think Kojima gets too indulgent. He's like really excited about his game, so he's like showing you really, really significant scenes before... I don't think we should have seen some of the scenes from Death Stranding 2 before the game came out. You know what I'm saying? That frustrated me as a gamer. I was like, why did you show me this really amazing scene and sequence? He didn't just do it once. There was like 3 or 4 amazing things that happened in Death Stranding 2 that he like showed us ahead of time. And I'm like, why'd you do that? So I just think he gets a little overindulgent, and he's, I guess, allowed to do that. Many people consider him to be, a bit of a genius. So, he's prolific, he's creative. He's a visionary. If you guys have not hit the like button yet, do me a favor, really quickly do that. Let's try to get 100 likes before the show starts. It starts in about 3 minutes. We already heard the this or that from these guys, so I've got it muted now. He spoiled some of it before it launched. Yeah, I didn't like that. In my exposure to Japanese theater, foreshadowing works differently in that style of storytelling. It just felt like he had twists that were meant to be twists, and they ended up not being twists. It was like, yeah, I kind of saw all this coming from 1,000 miles away, so it didn't land with a whole lot of punch. I think it got compounded by the fact that he showed a lot before the game came out, and I just don't think that he should have done that. Like, I don't know. I cannot imagine anybody else with a story-driven game showing some of the, significant, poignant scenes before the game's even out. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I've seen anybody do exactly what he was doing, before the game came out. I was like, oh, okay, you're just gonna straight up show this stuff to us. Okay, cool. He's master, he does. He's true visionary. Yeah, the creativity within Death Stranding is undeniable. Like, I really did appreciate. I was very glad that I went back and played through Death Stranding 1. I was really glad that I did that. I think it's an excellent game, and I enjoyed it. And I really liked the second one, but I liked the first one more. So, guys, the New Game Plus Showcase 2026 is going to start in a minute and a half. It's 3 hours long, 45 games, interviews, new gameplay to be shown. So, yeah. Kojima may have shown a lot of important scenes, but they're all out of context until you actually play the game. Well, sure, they're out of context, but once the scene starts, it has no punch for me. I'm like, I know what's going to happen. Like, oh no, I'm in danger. What's going to happen? I know what's going to happen. This so-and-so is going to come and save me. Yeah. That's kind of my issue with it, Instead of, like, you don't know what's going on when you see the scene, but then when you're playing through the game, Why do we care about these opinions? Why put this in a video? I think they're trying to introduce you to the people that are involved with the event, and this is a way to like get to know them. My feedback for them is that I think they should do this next time, but have them kind of go back and forth. Like each of them take turns bringing some kind of a hot take to the table, and they kind of debate and yell at each other and have some fun banter. That's a way for us to get to know them without it being so, this is just so rapid fire. So, you know, hey, if they're going to approach us as a way to learn and make shows better, I think that's helpful feedback to tell them like, hey, this isn't a bad idea. I just think execution could make it more personable, to like let us get to know you. Because like the best scene is the one at the end where Jake starts laughing, because like it just feels more candid and not so.
Welcome to the New Game Plus Game Showcase, a new initiative built by creators who love games for what they are and not just the games that pay to have them promoted. First up, I'm Hunter. I'm normally behind the camera across gaming and esports events, and I work on social accounts for a ton of different games. My favorite games of all time would probably be RuneScape, Dark Souls 3, Leaf Green, Black Ops 2, and Star Wars Battlefront 2. Then we have Jake Lucky, kind of the point where gaming, esports, and streamers collide. If you look at him for too long, you'll start to wonder why his neck is so long, and if you look at his Twitter for too long, you'll wonder how much Nadeshot paid him to tweet clips of him every single day. His favorite games of all time are RuneScape, Age of Empires 2, Halo Infinite, Jumpstart Adventures with Bodley, and CSGO. Next up, Luality. A streamer with a hatred of spoons and a love for dragon sex, Lua probably has more personality than the rest of us in her pinky. Her favorite games include Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, XCOM 2, Witcher 3, and Mass Effect. Then, Luke Stevens, the mind of a critic with the heart of a fan. Luke breaks down games through their DNA and really looks at everything a game has to offer. Where our brains might be smooth, his is nice and wrinkled. His favorite games of all time are Elden Ring, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Last of Us, Witcher 3, and Batman Arkham City. The fifth and final in-person member this year is IamRob. Rob came from the hell of making Call of Duty videos to the other hell of platinuming games. His favorite games of all time are Witcher 3, Halo 3, Batman Arkham City, X-Men Legends, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Not to be confused with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 or Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Remastered. Then our final member is Blue Thunder, the man who is always spotlighting the next hidden gem before anyone else sees it coming. He just had a beautiful second child that luckily takes after his wife, so he's not here in person, but was a major part of the showcase. His favorite games of all time are Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 2, Elden Ring, The Last of Us, and Metal Gear Solid 2.
Together, we're pressing into how we think game showcases should feel: conversational, authentic, and transparent.
We are here to celebrate what actually excites us: incredible worlds, creative devs, and stories behind those games that we love so much.
There's no paid placements, no marketing scripts, just pure passion and excitement for what's coming up in gaming.
You can expect a wide range of content, including new trailers, fresh gameplay, developer interviews, behind-the-scenes content, and even some updates to your favorite games.
So sit back, grab your drink of choice, and let's dive into some of the games that we think are worth your attention. This is the New Game Plus Game Showcase.
Yeah, also, who picked the name?
New Game.
It's a work in progress.
Wait, what's the name of
New
it?
Game Plus shows the showcase.
New plus the game plus the showcase.
Have we trademarked that yet? Because I don't.
Oh, God.
Well, we have cups.
We
That's
already
most of
got
it.
the cups.
Sick name.
The cups are done, dude.
We might have to cut our losses.
There's no changing it up.
Cheers.
Perfect. It's great.
Yo, thank you, G-Dad, for renewing your membership for 31 months. We're sitting at
All right, guys, so
$279
first
on
up,
the
we
week.
have 3 awesome games. We have Blind Descent coming from Owlcat. We have Deep Dish Dungeon coming from Behold and Raw Fury, as well as an exclusive interview with the Dawnwalker creative director.
We're in a bit of a trailer montage.
A Dawnwalker
here we go.
is like a special kind of being in our IP. It's neither fully a vampire nor a human. It's something in between. What this means is basically that you, as a Dawnwalker, you have underwent a transformation. You used to be human. And now, during the nighttime, you do get all the powers and the difficulties of being a vampire. So you get the blood craving and so on. But during daytime, these powers are dormant and you still have to eat. You have all the weaknesses of a human, right? But also the perks of being human. One of the things that is unique to humans in our IP is being able to use magic, so casting spells. The Dawnwalkers are not very commonplace in that IP. They are very, very rare, rarer than vampires. So you as a Dawnwalker are kind of special in this regard. I would say the short-term things that have immediate impact on the character development are you have to feed on, you know, either animals or humans on blood suddenly, right? So you get these cravings, you get these like weird, eerie experiences that you didn't have as a human. Brancis and his clique of vampires actually caught him on his low point when he was vulnerable. He has used a specific traits of vampiric blood in order to cement his position in the valley. Because, you know, as you might imagine, having a bloodsucker as your lord might be a tough sell. However, if the alternative is getting sick and, you know, dying in thousands, actually it doesn't sound as such a horrible thing. He tries to kind of distort the religious beliefs in order to install himself as a savior of the valley. We do explore this in the game, so you might see, like, for example, statues erected to Brancis, new iconography shown in the local cathedral, for example, and in the castle and so on. There is this whole cult of personality he builds around himself. So he basically shows himself as something better than the old order, right? We do have a mechanic tied to shrines that are erected across the valley, and Brancis puts a lot of attention to kind of twist them to his own image. And these do have a functionality. When you play the game, we have assigned specific functions to them. Generally speaking, one of the things we wanted to achieve in this game is to have Brancis being this active antagonist. You know, in a lot of games, the antagonists are out there to be defeated, but generally speaking, you have free reign, you do your own thing, and it doesn't really, change much in how they approach you. In this game, what we wanted to do is to have Brancis react to your actions as you complete different activities throughout the valley, as you maybe undermine his operations and so on.
It's kind of like his seal of approval.
Exactly. So it's like, so basically the way you can think about it is like the more you do in the valley, especially if you undermine Brancis, you will gain notoriety. The more notorious you are, the more edicts Brancis will pass in order to thwart you. So, for example, he might send out more soldiers to patrol roads and villages, right? He might, in some extreme cases, maybe even initiate a lockdown of the city to basically hamper your ways of traversing it, right? There is a number of these edicts we have prepared, and each of them is designed to kind of twist and change the general open world gameplay. It also has benefits. There are factions in the valley that dislike Brancis, so the more notoriety you gain, the better standing with them you get, like they actually like that. There is a number of plot lines that you can follow if you want. You can also cut them off because we have added these systems where, for example, you might lose control over Cohen when he's a vampire if he was hungry. You might kill off some important NPCs and then the plotline just cuts off basically, or you get some alternative version. There are some ways to enter the castle in the open world. You can ignore these side plotlines. You can level up Cohen and decide to attack the castle on your own, right?
Out of curiosity, is there romance in the game?
Romance, yes, of course. We do have romance options, yes. We didn't delve deep into with whom yet.
Okay.
And, I'll leave that for the future to talk about. However, yes, you can expect to build relationships with characters. Like I said, there is one main goal, very varying ways to get to it. These different ways that you pick will impact, what happens with Veil Sangora in the end. And it's all up to you. And I think I really recommend experimenting with this stuff and having fun with it.
First one, Blind Descent, Martian, Survival, Co-op, Adventure.
Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Thanks so much for being here. I thought that was a good interview. I continue to think Blood of the Dawnwalker looks like it has a lot of potential. It's just that the combat looks a little clunky, but it's all pre-alpha, so I'm assuming it'll be smoother when the game comes out.
Today. So I think it all comes down to what the ultimate depth of the game is. But my first thought when I saw Martian land was No Man's Sky. That's obviously maybe a reach for expectation-wise, and definitely a tall task. But when I heard Martian, I thought No Man's Sky-esque.
Like you said, a lot of survival games, but I think it's popular right now, and I'm hopeful that a lot of them do it right. But this is going underneath Mars and has aliens. It looks interesting. I like it.
I'm intrigued about the variety of ecosystems and aliens and plants that they bring up.
Well, like
that wasn't me. That was
right
them.
Now because people like them, and so they share a lot of things mechanically. But for me, it's usually the vibe, and this one has a vibe.
Yeah, it's a good vibe.
That's why I wonder how that gameplay loop goes. Like, how far down can you go? What kind of biomes are you experiencing as you continue to go down? And like you said, with survivals, we see like a lot of the same loops. So how can they?
Are there trees you can cut?
Yeah, like again, we're gonna talk about it a lot, but if you can cut a tree down, I'm good for survival games. I'm like
At that point,
I'm the target audience.
Then we have Deep Dish Dungeon, co-op dungeon crawling, a survival game, handcrafted dungeon. You gather resources, cook to strengthen your party. You can party up with friends. I'm excited for it.
Speaking of vibes, this thing is a vibe. Like, I don't know what you'd call that art style, but whatever it is, like injected into my veins.
Retro, right?
It's like pixel art, but then they also have like some voxel type tech for digging and breaking things. I don't know, whatever it is, I like
What's
it.
voxel type tech?
Okay, so when Luke said voxel, that's big word count number 1 of the day. When I see that, I'm very basic. I'm like, that's got to be some form of pixel art, which is definitely coming back. I feel like we're seeing more games kind of pull back that old view, that old like Minecraft pixel art, whatever you want to call it, voxel view.
I will be honest with you guys. While you guys are talking about pixels, I'm thinking I hope I can kill my teammates in funny ways. So sure. We'll go with the pixels.
Yeah, we were watching the trailer together, and the first thing she was saying was like, hey, how do I kill those I'm with?
I mean, I have to imagine it's a dungeon crawling game about cooking in the dungeon. Surely you're gonna be able to accidentally poison yourselves.
Do you think you can get like bad ingredients on purpose to murder your...
I bet you're gonna have to find out.
Why are you going there?
So I wonder though,
more feedback, obviously, because I want this kind of an event to go well and to get good reception. No B-roll. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what games they're talking about. You got to be careful with this kind of thing. So we're getting a little indulgent and almost like a roundtable podcast style here, and you're not showing the games. So probably should be showing B-roll right now of whatever it is you're talking about. That would be my feedback to them on this segment here that we're in right now.
Lasagna! Yeah, no, but it looks very promising though.
Next up, we have Dawnwalker. Lua had a crazy conversation with her creative director. Single player, vampire, RPG. It looks incredible. I think the 30-day system is awesome and, like you said, gives weight to things. And then the whole, like, there's so many decisions you can make.
What I find really interesting about the game is that Cohen, the protagonist, is half vampire, half man. And even though, like, all of that sounds great by itself, there's even another layer where at night, of course, he can use vampiric abilities that he doesn't get to use during the daytime. His combat's different. He's not using a sword, he's using claws. And then in the daytime, of course, there's NPCs walking around and there's...
Yeah, so what they're doing is they're sort of debriefing on the games they just showed. I kind of picked up on that, so that's why they're getting to Dawnwalker now. Again, I would say from a format perspective, this isn't necessary. Like, if you're wanting to make it about the games, if you're going to do this the entire time, I now know why it's 3.5 hours long. Like, we're going to get interviews, trailers, but then we're also going to get conversation about it after the fact. I think that's not a great pacing choice. That's going to really, really bloat the show. If it's about the games and you're wanting to show the games, don't make it so much about yourself. Like, and I say that as an overindulgent creator myself, right? I'm talking over them right now, right? I'm not trying to be a hypocrite, but if this is supposed to be about the games, we're getting a lot of airtime of no games right now, just conversation, which, if that's what they want to do, great. I would worry you're going to get a lot of negative feedback from the audience about this if this is how the entire show goes. So
drinking blood rather than not eating people. I don't know, maybe it's not a way. But
Whatever
you know,
you want.
the dark run through versus like the light run through in the daytime, the vegan run through. The vegan run through. Which has one of those vegan
sped run, Dawnwalker.
Yeah, vegan achievement.
Sponsored by Beyond Meat. The fact that they revealed a little bit about more Brinsis, the Overlord, is also a system.
Yes.
He really talked a lot about systems that they have not spoke on yet at all, and didn't with us either.
Like the edits.
to somebody that comes late, they'd have no idea what they're talking about. Yeah, the lack of B-roll here, like not even putting them in a frame and putting B-roll, is a really interesting decision from production. Like, you are really breaking a rule of how these events tend to go, which is you really want people to see what you're talking about. And we don't have that right now. I wonder if they had a production snafu, which is why we don't have B-roll right now. That's another interesting choice. I try to do that, right? I try to use my Steam Stream Deck, and even in the live stream all by myself, I try to give you guys B-roll while I'm talking about something.
It makes for really, really
Yeah,
good stories.
Harder choices to be made,
perspective, and never a clear-cut good or bad.
Yeah, because I bet you there's gonna be a moment where it's
It's
like
one
you
of
could
the
stop
charms.
it, like his influence in an area. So that means they're gonna die of the plague. So it's like, do you let the bad guy do the thing that you're trying to stop him to do, or
And it's also about perspective. These people were ruled by a very tyrannical leader before. So even though Brent is a vampire to them, he may as
it's
well
worth it.
be a savior, right?
For the next section, we have 3, again, I'm gonna have to not say incredible games every single time, but we have Prologue, Go Wayback from PlayerUnknown, Beautiful Light from Deep Worlds, and Project Shadowglass from Starhelm Studios.
It's just an infinite map generator with some game loops on top of it. So you have a survival loop, which is pretty hard. Get to the weather tower, we give you a map and a compass and not much else. Some basic survival mechanics, and it's a game against yourself more than anything else and kind of the decisions you make. Then we also have just objective survive, which is just see how long you can last in the world, and free roam for those that just like a hike. The differentiator, or the thing that makes a difference, is that we can generate essentially infinite maps of 8x8 scale. Like, we have a map editor in the game and stuff like that, but we want to be able to give you the ability to give a deep link to someone. So I can just send you like a HTTP link that starts up the game, loads a map and a seed, and I can share stuff I've built with you with just a link, right? So it's kind of, Go Wayback is just, it's a technological experiment that, or proving some technology we've developed. It's no longer an experiment, it's in production, so it works. But it's also going back to my love of survival games and those kind of emergent, just, I'm not giving anyone missions to do, it's just get there, and how you get there is fully up to you. Basically, if you play the same seed, you get the same weather, I'm pretty sure you get the same cabin layout, and you maybe get the same loot. So you and 4 friends could technically race to the weather tower and see who gets there first, because you have the same conditions. And while we don't have multiplayer yet, you have this kind of asynchronous multiplayer that, as long as you can share the seed with people. And I thought, wouldn't that be a cool thing for events where you have 16 streamers and see how long they can survive in objective survive mode, right? Or see who can race to the weather tower quickest, or we can set up the weather just to get progressively colder and see who lasts the longest. There's a weather tower on top of one of the higher points on the map. It's generally the other side of the map. We do have prompts now that tell you what to do in the world. But yeah, there's some simple survival mechanics. Keep yourself warm, keep yourself dry, light fires, board up windows, keep your body in a good temperature, get across the map. And we don't tell you where you are on the map, except when you find a new map in the world and it updates your position, you're left for basic navigation. It's kind of set in the 80s, so you don't have digital GPS, stuff like that. I want to make sure that the worlds we're generating have enough depth that when we add story and mission and quest-based content, that the worlds feel like coherent and real enough that it makes sense. Like, I want to have pathing, I want to have like infrastructure, like telephone lines, this kind of stuff, so the cabins aren't just random cabins in the forest, that there seems to be some, like, you know, logical placement of stuff in the world. And once we have those in, then we can more easily go, well, okay, you need to connect all the substations to bring power to the weather tower so you can get a message or go and do various things. Right now, there's a bunch of cabins and there's survival mechanics, but we want to add a lot more depth to the environment. Preface is a tech demo. That I always said I wanted to release a free tech demo of the engine we're building, and that's what Preface is. And the kind of poetic thing is that my last game will be Preface, because it'll just be a visualization of what's possible with our engine at that time. And it's more like Minecraft Survival, that it's an example of what you can do with the engine, and it'll be open source and free for everyone, so you can do whatever you want. So having this kind of digital space, like an internet in 3D, I don't see anyone working towards that. I see small bubbles, but I don't see anyone really trying to do Earth-scale terrain with millions of people. And that's kind of the bigger goal, and that's why we've broken it down into 3 games. The aim is that you should be able to do anything from 10 by 10 to 100 by 100 with 5v5 or 100v100 relatively easily and not have any problems. We will build maybe an Earth-scale terrain, maybe smaller, with hopefully a network layer that supports millions of people. That will be kind of a survival civilization MMO type game. But again, that's just one layer of the world. Like, I want you to be able to just jump around the world and see what's happening, because you should be able to, like, I think if you want to interact with the world, there should be a layer of survival you have to do, or a layer of gameplay in order to kind of leave your impression on the world.
Quebec Charlie to Quebec Romeo Foxtrot. We got your location report. We are monitoring you in the operation zone. Good luck. Over.
pixels were once only 2D. Now, they're 3D.
Oh, I'm just with you. I'm Dominic John, the dev behind Project Shadowglass, a 3D pixelated RPG that's a love letter to classic immersive sims like Thief and System Shock. This video is a series of prototype rooms that I've been working on some of the core systems in. No art, no assets will be generated by AI. This is all human-made, hand-placed, made by me and artists like me because we love what we do. Headphones, I would highly suggest wearing them. All the audio in Project Shadowglass is going to be 3D, and not just 3D, but simulated. The music emanating from this orb is going into the left ear and the right ear, but as I change the size of the space, you can hear the character of the sounds change. If we go around a wall, we can still hear it coming from the opening in each ear. Launched the Shadowglass Discord today, so if you have any ideas or suggestions or just want to follow along, feel free to wishlist Project Shadowglass on Steam. I hope you enjoyed this sneak peek on how things are coming along. Thank you so much, all the crew at New Game Plus, for having me. Be well, my friends.
I cooked this entire meal myself. It's a grilled cheese sandwich. Witness my glory.
Prologue, Go Way Back, another survival game that we're seeing, and we were talking, it's a bare bones survival game where there is no common enemy. Your enemy is the elements, where you just have to try and survive and make it.
Yeah, I thought the Prologue game looked pretty cool. Like, it's like a weather system survival game with like a loop kind of built into it, but like it is what you make of it. I was just kind of bored. Yeah, they're going to have to take some pretty severe feedback and criticism. I think generally audiences are going to be critical of this event for pacing. Because this, again, I think this is a pretty bad choice to come out of the actual games that you're showcasing and to just sort of everybody sits around and talks about them. And now we have no visual tether to what you're talking about. We've got no B-roll. The name of the game is like down in the corner behind me, like underneath a QR code. So I think pacing is a big misstep here that they could improve upon. I love their passion and their heart and their desire to make an event like this, and I want an event like this to go very well. And I think they're going to struggle with viewership. I think people are going to kind of drop off. The interviews are very long. Here, I'll just go to the other side. They're anchoring all the names and stuff here to the right. Let me go to the other side. That'll help a little bit for you guys at home. There we go. So yeah, I think they're going to get some pretty harsh criticism for pacing here. For folks that are like, you made an event about games and new games, and there's a big chunk of time where we don't even see the games. And then the trailers and the interviews are just a little long. You got to get in and be punchy and get out. You can't have these sort of long, overdrawn out looks at games. There's a rule, if you watch a lot of showcases, you watch a lot of events, you'll catch a rule of like there's only so many minutes spent on certain things and certain games and certain topics. So this is why this is 3 hours long. Yes. So. We can still have a good time and hang out, and obviously I think they should be receptive to feedback. If they want the event to do well, you got to consider the audience, and I think that's where they're kind of making a bit of a misstep here. I agree with whoever said it a second ago. I see 5 names that better not have a single criticism of the Game Awards ever again. Yeah, I would say that they might want to not do that.
That's how passionate.
Which is a patently insane thing to say.
Yeah, then we have Project Shadowglass.
Voxel art. I really enjoyed the box.
This is Starhelm Studios. It's an immersive sim. We've all seen it. I think it went viral from that AI post. There was like an AI post that looked just like it, and then he was like, I'm making a game like this. It's not AI.
I looked up the video because he has a YouTube channel where you can actually see kind of behind the scenes. And when that clip of the AI generated art went viral, he saw it and thought like, I didn't think anybody wanted this. I was just like, it was a fun side project.
You guys are saying Luke Stevens should know better, but we don't know if he was part of any of the production or editing. He just showed up, sat here, had a conversation. He probably has no idea that there's going to be 0 B-roll for these sections, right? If I would have been invited to this, I wouldn't have known. Like, if they're like, yeah, here, come sit down, Lono, we want to talk to you about these games. I'm like, okay, cool. I'd have sat here and done what they're doing. I'd have just been talking and yucking it up. I don't know if there's no B-roll or editing or production. That's not something that I would be in charge of,
Yeah, my understanding is right now it is just Project Shadowglass. And it's going to eventually become like a video game, but right now it's just kind of proof of concept that the art works, the crazy math behind it works, and like, it can grow to a game, but it's certainly very, very
Well, I wish him nothing but success.
Yeah, he seems like
because it seems like
awesome
I just
dude.
love a good passion project. Yeah. You can tell there's a lot of heart in that.
And I feel like I initially, like everyone else, why I went so viral, I got attached to that same artwork, but then when he further explains and shows you some concepts that you weren't expecting out of a game with that artwork or that design, when he's showing that you said the R6 lean in there. And
that threw me off. The little bow behind. I was like, is that a Rainbow Six Siege?
You threw that in there, and then of course they got the.
He's part of production. I mean, if anybody sitting in these couches or chairs was part of the decision making on pacing, I find that to be very strange. Like, you guys co-stream and watch showcases every year. Like, there's just some really odd pacing decisions that they've made here.
A little bit, but we have Athelion from Don't Nod, which we have an incredible look behind the scenes of the music with the composer themselves, as well as the Expanse Osiris Reborn from Owlcat. If you're familiar with the Expanse, super exciting, and also Distant Shores, Brittany.
My name is Amin Bouafa. I'm a film music composer, and I am the composer for Athelion, the video game. I remember having a message from Talal saying that he loved the score of Summit of the Gods, and they are working on a new video game, and inviting me to come to the studio and to meet the team. It was very important for me to understand how the music would be interactive. So how to compose, how to write music that would be interactive, with models, with stems, with separating the different elements, and at the same time, how could the music, how the structure of the music would be an evolving structure. It was very important for me first to have the story of Ariane and Thomas, like that the log line is the story, both of them, so there is a theme that conveys this emotional relationship between them. And then the frozen aspect of the music. I mean, for me, it was very important first to feel the cold in the music, to feel the wind, to feel the ice. It's an instrument that had been invented by the Bachet brothers in the mid-20th century. For me, it looks like an alien instrument. When you see it, cannot even predict that it's a musical instrument. To play the instrument, you need to get your hands in water and then rub crystal buttons that are in this metal structure could convey this frozen identity of the score, and at the same time having this magical sense of in the score.
That's not me, that's their broadcast.
There's a sacred feeling also to this planet. It's a huge planet, but I wanted to get this huge instrument and that it could also play very soft. The organ has a lot of sounds. It could be very soft, it could be very aggressive, it could be large, it could be intimate. For me, it's the planet. The planet could be very welcoming and suddenly very, very dangerous and very sacred at the same time. So I thought that the organ could give this majestuous feeling to the score. I'm so happy to write the music for Athelion. It's the first time for me to write a video game score, and it's a lot of fun and a lot of passion.
We had some discussions at the early stages of the production, to be honest, whether to go fully class system or something else. And again, we started with sitting down and lining up what are possible ways that the player might perceive the game. The power fantasies, how he can express himself in combat. So he might want to be a sniper, he might want to be a hacker, maybe an engineer, something else. As we designed those play styles, we thought how to mix it up a bit, how to let player to experiment with what he encounters during the game. So, for example, when he finds a neat shoulder cannon, as we've shown in the announcement trailer, even if he's a sniper, he might want to experiment with that. Why not? It fits the universe, it fits the playstyle. He might want to see how it works. And so we decided why not to give him the possibility to do that. That was the idea behind the playstyle. So playstyle is basically the starting preset that kind of gently guides you towards the certain direction of your power fantasy of how you play the game. At some point, the player will need to commit to his choices. So again, it's an important part of the choices system. If you just can switch everything on the fly, that kind of makes your choices less important. So at some point, you need to stick to particular guns, particular gadgets, and you just build around them. We give you some time to experiment, but you will need to commit. During the character creation, you will have to choose between 3 major factions, your origin, so you'll be either Belter or Earther or Martian. Facial customization, appearance, you can choose your body type.
So you will be playing as a Pinkwater mercenary with different type of origin that you would create. You will have your sibling with the same, identical one. They will look a little bit different because they're their own person. They have their own personality. These events are set during the first 3 books, I think. You will start on Iris and witness basically the events from a different angle, and this part will be to some degree shown in your character creation.
Every companion should belong somewhere in the universe, and they have their own background consisting of their faction and their acquaintance. They have some background story, their own struggles. All this stuff will influence how they perceive the situations player encounters. So in every major plot event, they will have their opinions. They might hint you towards some decisions. They might provide you some assistance or maybe even some crucial contacts to go for help, for advice, for military support, maybe. Of course, they will have their own stories, their own struggles, and you can choose to help them or maybe to ignore their own stories, totally depending on how you want to be invested in this particular companion. The choices you make for those companions also will matter in long term.
Yep, some of them will have romances, and you can see on our background companions.
Perfect,
we cannot say who is going to have romance, but there will definitely be romance in our game.
It's a small crew on the small ship. The Expanse, it's a universe where everyone flies in very tight spaces for a very long time. So there is a dynamics in the crew as well. We have a few layers of the combat system. First of all, it's obviously the gunplay, a few classes of weapons that you can use, and mostly you do it from the covers, so it's a cover-based gunplay game. And the second layer of the combat system is that's your abilities. That they might be more like offensive ones, maybe something like a grenade or a shoulder cannon, or maybe something more defensive like a shield or maybe a protective drone. A lot of gadgets that you can choose from depending on your play style. And as Julia mentioned, there are some play styles that are mostly focused on using your gadgets rather than using your weapons. Third layer, but still very important, that's obviously your companions. They have their impact on the combat. They have what we call combat opportunities. That's particular situations when you can order your companion to use an exploit in the arena, in the environment to gain a certain advantage in combat. We decided against the management, the gameplay part of the survival stuff. So you won't be counting your gallons of reaction mass or how much water you need to recycle before it dries out, nothing like that. But still, the Expanse universe is very dangerous. So in terms of narrative, the survival will be a part of the game. You will have a tremendous enemy. You will have a lot of very dangerous situations that you will have to get out somehow. There will be a lot of survival in terms of your player experience, just not as a particular mechanic. You will be able to fly around the solar system. Nice. You will be able to visit various planets. We mentioned it before that we have Luna, Mars, Ceres, Io, and some other cool places to visit. And some of those places will be like major social hubs where you can just walk around, meet other people, drink at the bar, shop for better equipment and stuff like that. So you will have plenty of places to go and to visit and to look at. The Expanse universe is cruel, and some characters might die because of your choices. Stay tuned for more. We will show more very soon. Have something cooking. I hope you will like it.
Welcome back, Aaron. We trust your flight was smooth.
Yeah, I was just checking Twitter. The consistent feedback is pretty brutal. People are being very harsh about this show.
On the outskirts of Genya,
unfortunately.
Stay alert.
Hey, Aaron, it's Thomas. You know, your brother. You said you would visit me here, but you never did. Look, bygones be bygones. Just find me in the West Zone. I'll be waiting. Sometimes I dream about what's under the ocean. A distant shore, waiting to be explored.
Yeah, I don't think people need to be harsh, but I think they kind of asked for it because they're clearly taking some shots at events like the Game Awards where, you know, the games are paid for, you know, to be there and stuff like that. You know, if you're going to be critical of other shows and how other shows are run, you really should, you know, take into consideration your format and your pacing. Like, the feedback on Twitter is rough. I mean, they're basically like, you know, it's 90% yapping, 10% games. You know, why are you guys talking? It's like a podcast. I think the feedback is fair. I think they've made some pretty bad pacing choices. If you want to break down the games after the fact, that's fine. At least show B-roll. I still think people would complain about that because you would just re-show the same footage. You know what I mean? So if you're wanting to discuss it and break it down afterwards, you guys could have done individual videos for that, and I think that would have been really cool, like a podcast of them talking about what they thought about each game. That's great content. People want to see that. Yeah, I think... I don't know. I think that would have been a great choice. You've got people that are passionate about games. They like to talk about games. Utilize that. I would just utilize that in a very, very different way than they have, is what I would do.
Slipping boats on the faucet.
I'm going to turn this down just in case this is copyrighted because it'll end up getting muted anyway. They rehash the same talking points that were just shown in the trailer. Right, even from a pacing decision, it's like if you guys want to break down the trailer or what you just saw, you're just repeating a lot of what we kind of already heard, which again, I think that would make for good content later. You know?
My understanding is it's a dual protagonist game, so you'll actually be swapping back and forth as they sort of work together. And I'm sure there's parts where you're separated, parts where maybe you're together, working together.
Very emotional story.
There's so much potential for stories like that. The dual protagonists, seeing it converge in the end.
You know it's going to be an emotional game, especially when they put so much emphasis in the music. I feel like music is a tool to catalyst emotions, so it's definitely something that
we were actually talking about that earlier today. Music and video, and not just video games, and art in general, and media.
Good music changes
it changes everything.
From a game being a good game to a memorable game, a game that will stick with you in a long time. So.
Well, and Donut has a pretty storied background when it comes to narrative games, whether it's like Life is Strange or like one of my old school favorites, Vampire. Like they try different stuff, weird stuff even sometimes, and so this is exciting to see them doing something
They were
different.
using the super alien music instruments, so...
Yeah. What was it called? Is that
a crystal bachette.
Crystal bachette.
Oh, you're talking about the hand wedding one?
Yeah.
You're really into this hand wedding, right? That's like the only
I
thing
kind
you
of want
took
to
away.
try it, honestly.
I mean,
how do you discover that technique of like, oh, that makes that, yes.
This is an award-winning composer of the Summit of the Gods as well. So what I find super impressive is just, I feel like people sleep on music so much in games, and then you see behind the scenes of this entire, like, they're in a famous church in Paris playing the organ.
Actually has been a blast to see video game music evolve.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they directly like attack the Game Awards, but they're definitely taking a little bit of a chin shot by saying none of these are paid for placements, right? Like, there's a narrative about the Game Awards and how everything's paid for and all the placements are really expensive. That's a bit of a shot, right? It's not a direct shot, and that's fine. I applauded their decision to do this. I think this is a great idea. I think deciding to do a miniature podcast after every section is an incredibly odd decision. It's a 3.5 hour show, and this is why. So yeah, I like the people involved. I just think they needed to make a different decision pacing wise. That's all.
That is probably one of the most anticipated sci-fi games for a very long time is The Expanse, Osiris Reborn, which is from Owlcat as well. It is a third-person action RPG, obviously set in the Expanse universe.
The Expanse is a book and a show, so they're taking inspiration from both, but at the same time, it doesn't require previous knowledge of either for you to be able to enjoy this. In this game, you're going to be living more or less through what happens in the show. However,
no, this is not live. This is pre-recorded. I would applaud them on the production is quite good. Audio is good. A lot of times you watch something like this and the production quality's bad. They clearly had multiple cameras. They've got good mics set up for this scene. You can hear them. It's well lit. I think production quality is very good. I just think whoever was in charge of pacing just really misfired. It's very overindulgent and it's way too long. Like, it's going to be 3.5 hours because you're doing this little miniature podcast after every 4 games that you show. And I bet you live chat's just eviscerating them. Twitter was just shredding them for this. I mean, they're going to get roasted pretty hard. When you walk out and you kind of say, hey, we're going to do something that's creator led and it's all about the games. A lot of your stream, there's no games. We're not seeing anything. Like, that's a huge mistake in my mind.
Like Dead Space meets Gears of War,
it's
kind
more
of
like
gameplay-wise, it did. Or, yeah, Mass Effect as well.
The choice and the reputation you have with your companions will change because your companions, they told us, will disagree with some of the stuff you do. They'll get upset or
they will have their own opinions.
They'll have their own opinions, and they also, one interesting tidbit they mentioned was that when you are making choices in the game, they're not necessarily going to tell you if that was a big moment, if that, what you just said to them is going to seriously affect this thing over here. It will.
Luke is co-streaming it. Is he responding to any of the criticism about, like, this is supposed to be about the games and it seems more about you guys? Like, there's no gameplay, there's no B-roll. I don't know. Like I said, it's overindulgent. You know, we're content creators. We like to talk. That's what we do for a living. You know, we're professional yappers. This is a little too much of the yap.
Because it makes everyone think of a different game when you see it. Because we've heard Half-Life, we've heard Portal. I thought of Only Up during some parts of it.
Yeah, I had Only Up.
And other puzzle
Mirror's Edge a little bit with like the parkouring, wall moving stuff.
See, it makes us think of so many different things at once. So I think it's gonna do.
Just
really
watching some of that gameplay, I could see the rage already.
Oh yeah, the boss.
Oh yeah,
not happening.
Well, and I think it's also really cool that they have boss mechanics because like you can tell it started with the idea of using magnets to like manipulate the environment, but then they're like, okay, well we could raise the stakes, take it up a notch with these boss fights that are organic in the space. And
it also mixes up because it's not just a puzzle game, so there is more to it and more that you.
Yeah, there's a world that he even showed as well.
It's more than just a puzzle game. Like there's a narrative behind it.
I mean, they're going to look at their viewership and see that it's had to have dropped off. We've lost almost half of our viewers because people are just bored. There's no games. There's no gameplay. We're watching people talk. I'm a little shocked. I just am. I'm a little shocked that it's this imbalanced.
Some updates for Avowed as well as Grounded 2. We also got exclusive time with them and had some interviews, which were very exciting.
Avowed is a Obsidian first-person action RPG set in the world of Pillars of Eternity, where the player plays as an envoy sent by the Emperor of Adir to the Living Lands to investigate a mysterious plague that's kind of spreading throughout the lands, causing chaos, and you play as the envoy trying to figure out what's kind of going on down there. Do things that affect it in positive ways, negative ways, or in between type of ways, with that type of choice and consequence. In terms of, the post-launch things we've been supporting on it, like we've gotten a bunch of abilities added to the Ranger and Fighter trees to kind of more fill it out comparatively to the Wizard tree. Aspects about it that are like arachnophobia mode, that was like a big community requested feature, as well as, changes to progression, improvements there, gear improvements, and as well as bug fixes and crash fixes.
And you can play now as the different species.
Yeah, we've added different species. The Amauin, Orlins, and Dwarves are now playable. A lot of our...
Yeah, I would really like it if studios started investing in decent microphones when they decide to do interviews, but the truth is, y'all, a lot of these guys are very busy and they do this from their home or their office. They're just not set up for it. They're not going to be. They're very busy working on video games. If, have a little bit of grace for them. I would like it if they started to get better microphones, though.
Bummed that we didn't include that in the base game. So, I mean, it really comes down to, like, the time and what the community wants, and that's kind of how we decide to go about it. Yeah.
We notice like players really role play their characters in the game, so we always want to give them as many options as we can to like customize their features or character, to kind of have this fantasy in this world as they journey through the story. We just wanted to give them as many possible options as they can to really make the character they want to make and just make it just their own. Stuff like all the playable races, we discussed it early on in Avowed. It's something both previous Pillars games had. It's a lot of work and a difficult thing to really nail down, especially in Avowed with its parkour systems and its combat mechanics and all the weapon types and stuff like that in the game. Our different races are different sizes, they're different shapes, they're a very unique game experience when you play as each one of them in a first-person game specifically. Mm-hmm. So it was something like new to wrangle for Avowed. We had no time to finish it as we're making Avowed, and now we can give it to the players, so it's a more rounded experience compared to the original.
That's one of the tweet replies. It's just a cat that says yap yap. Everyone's replying to their tweets saying, stop talking. I feel a little bad. They're getting a little cooked. But hey. If they dust themselves off and really take it in stride, I think it could be a great event every year. They're going to have to laugh their way through this because it's pretty bad pacing, y'all.
You'll have the end game gear with all its like enchants to be able to just start the new game, as well as we have like modifiers on enemies that kind of, you know, either make them more resistant to some of the elemental types, or, you know, modifiers that make them more resistance to being stun locked or hit reacted. And that kind of gets sprinkled in kind of somewhat randomly throughout that New Game Plus experience to kind of get that added challenge, but also let the player still feel somewhat like they're accumulating their abilities over the course of multiple playthroughs. So.
We notice players like to take photos of their envoys, but it's very difficult in the game. You have to get the camera just right to get a certain distance from the character, or capture the shot in a conversation when you see your character. So this allows you to really get into it and capture some awesome shots or some scary shots, depending which way you're going.
We're super excited to announce that Avowed's finally going to come out to PS5.
Pre-orders are going to be live today. Keep an eye out on our socials, and we'll announce when the store page is open.
Grounded 2 is a survival game. It is set in a gigantic city park. You play as a teenager who has been shrunken to roughly the size of an ant, and you just have to survive in this environment with, insects that are the size of a bus, and figuring out how to eat and get some water and fight those bugs and craft new materials and new weapons. As you go and gain in power and get over those initial survival challenges, you can sort of get into the story of what has really happened in this park. A number of huge updates planned for the park. This is the first big content update that we have. We've been calling it the Winter Update. It's really about adding in this next big chunk to the park, and that comes with a lot of things that are very, very exciting for us. With this Winter Update, which is the community garden, is attached right to that early picnic area. On the map, it's just to the east of it, behind the gigantic statue of Tully and Burgle. This was our opportunity to really start delving into a brand new biome with everything that entailed. You've got a vegetable garden, you've got a greenhouse, and you've got a pumpkin patch. All of these introduce a lot of new and different types of artwork and places for the player to explore. And then, of course, we need all the insects that go in these areas too. And so a ton of new insects that are in there. As I love to say, all of these insects, you can fight. Maybe they're docile and you can attack them. Many of them are aggressive and will attack you. And regardless, you fight them, learn their tactics, and then eventually turn them into fashionable attire and new weapons.
Going to a new biome, a new area in the park, allows us to fully lean into what makes the park unique from the backyard. And for us, that means that mixture of really organic structures as well as that man-made touch, that this was designed by humans at human level.
Wasps are coming back, which are a lot of fun to fight, but can be kind of annoying. Again, this is a survival game, so excited about those things coming back. Black ants are also coming back too, and like with both of those, you get sets of armor and different weapons that you can craft after you've defeated these creatures. We're more excited about the new creatures that are coming in the garden update, though. So we developed a brand new creature in the cricket. The cricket is pretty big. Again, this is the size of a large bus, probably. It has some very unique attack combinations that are a lot of fun. It can also, of course, jump very, very far. It has its own armor sets. It has its own weapon or weapons that you can craft based upon it. And then the same thing for earwig. And we actually have two different types of earwig. There's sort of a ranged earwig and a melee earwig that tend to travel around together to thwart the player with their strategic opportunities. Again, you can turn those into armor. Of course, turn them into your base furnishings. You can turn them into weapons, and we think they'll offer some exciting and unique combat opportunities.
We really want Grounded 1 players to be excited to see these creatures again, but also to be surprised and delighted by the changes. Just like we did in the picnic area, we've revamped the combat. So that means even looking at the old legacy creatures and going, okay, how do we make them a part of the system? How do we make them challenging in this new dance? How can we leverage our systems to make them more interesting? And so hopefully there's a couple of twists coming, even with the old favorites, that will keep veteran players on their toes and will surprise and delight new players.
We have a brand new buggy, the Ladybug buggy, which you'll be able to get and raise and hatch and then ride around in the yard. And we're pretty excited about all that stuff. Like, I think all of it is coming together just really well.
I think every single Grounded player from Grounded 1 at some point jumped on the Ladybug and let it transport them around. And we often joke that was the original buggy prototype. And there's something so iconic about the Ladybug and getting on it and wanting to ride it that it felt like an inevitability for us. But what's important for us whenever we do introduce a new buggy is we don't want it to just be another one or just a horse, And so it really boiled down to what can the Ladybuggy bring to the table that the other ones weren't? What can make her stand apart and bring a utility and an experience to the player that the other buggies aren't? How can we carve out her own little niche in the game? If she's the tank, she's the one who can get into those really tough fights and withstand those large swarms of insects. And that's where the idea of the water cannon on her back and players being able to shoot at their enemies, and that ended up providing a ton of gameplay opportunities and a really unique experience. Being able to shoot down the aerial insects that are often a bit more challenging and a bit more frustrating for players. Well, now you have this ranged weapon that you can take them down with that feels super satisfying, almost like an anti-air gun. For us, as soon as we crack that, it felt like, okay, there's
Towerborn just officially announced their full game is launching February 26th for those of you that were playing it in early access.
To really highlight that and let that shine for the player.
So we saw Avowed, great interview that you did over there. We see now that we have New Game Plus coming, there's a photo mode, new weapon type, changing appearance. There's new character presets, you got new races, which
species,
I'm sure, Lua will have a lot of fun with.
Yeah, they're doing a lot. And I mean, the game, of course, launched earlier this year. Obsidian's been very busy. Yeah, and they're doing these free updates now, and so they also are adding New Game Plus, which adds a whole new reason for you to go back through the game. So the game is coming to PS5.
Yay! We got another one.
We got it.
Avowed Platinum Trophy was insane.
Here we go.
Yeah, but it's coming, and it's available for pre-order as of this show going live. So right now, so check it out. And when I talked to them, they were saying how important the community is to them, how they've listened to a lot of their feedback, like adding arachnophobia mode on Grounded.
I was gonna say, Luke, if I'm scared of spiders, what do I do?
Yeah, there's arachnophobia mode. But that's kind of their driving force, is looking at the community, what the community is saying, communicating. They're like, hey, we'd like more species and more customization options in Character Builder. Okay, we'll do that. And it's just really nice to see them do that. They could put it in a paid package, but they're not. They're just, it's a labor of love, and that's...
I really like how, as you're going to New Game Plus, you can also change your character's appearance. So you keep some of your skills and stuff, but if you are tired of how your character looks or you want to do something new, try a different race, you can do that by just going to New Game Plus. You don't need to go back to the beginning.
Besides that, we also had Grounded 2, which is bringing the Garden of Brook Hollow Park that is now going to be open. So it's a new biome. They have new creatures, new tools, a new mushroom brick material that you can build more stuff with, and also a new ladybug buggy. A
lady buggy.
So sweet.
For those of you watching, it's a play on words.
Allow me to explain.
Ladybug-y, because you can mount it and ride it like a buggy.
Yeah, and speaking to listening community, they also take a lot of feedback. This is a game that launched back into early access back in July, and so this is a major winter update is what they're calling it, and it was heavily requested to have more types of transport, which they are still planning more for the future that people can be excited about, but they always listen to feedback about, should an insect be an enemy? Should an insect be what they call, is it docile or docile? I'm from Iowa.
Whatever you
Tomato,
prefer.
tomato.
Yeah. Different insects can be friendly, some can be enemies, and then of course they can also treat them now as transport as well.
You looked at Luke when you asked.
Well, I'm not looking at you. And so with this update, they're doing this throughout a lot of the timeline. Like they're gonna give you a lot of these big updates, and you're gonna be kind of surprised of like when it first released early access, there was still plenty to do. It was a survival game, but if you were a fan of Grounded.
Wait, I didn't say that Towerborn was going to PlayStation. Did they announce that as well? I just said Towerborn was officially launching in February. Did they also announce that it's coming to PlayStation? I missed that.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, like the way it's shrunk down, they have so much they still want to do and will be doing for a long, long time.
Well, and that cricket.
Yeah, the cricket thing looks
that thing's
terrifying.
horrifying. It turns around and like.
You're like, wait, what's he doing? What's he doing?
Spreading. I gotta give them credit. Like Obsidian's been.
Oh, it's on the Towerborn website? Yeah, I didn't know that it was coming to PlayStation. I would say that's news. That's yeah, I didn't know that.
And it seemed like they were cooking something huge, right? Because
Yeah, they just had Tim Kaine come back out of retirement. He's one of the creators of Fallout back in the day, and he
didn't he also was some of the original creators of Vampire Bloodlines?
I think he did.
I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
He's kind of a legend of the industry. He in 2020 went and started doing consulting work with Obsidian, but he was, in his words, semi-retired. But he's actually gone back to Obsidian to work full-time in office, moved to the studio on some project that's unannounced, and he said, "Don't bother guessing. You will not guess it." So. New IP. Something crazy. Who knows? But they are.
Or he's trying to throw us off.
It's hard to not see like hope, at least for Fallout stuff, because you know the TV show being excellent and everyone itching for more Fallout. So
Next up, we have 3 fantasy RPG games that are looking very cool, as I would say. This is going to be Outward 2 from Nine Dots Studio, a follow-up to their other survival game, Outward, obviously. We have Varin's Call by Titan Rock, and then we also have Dragon Twin by Draconic Interactive.
I didn't really vibe with Towerborn. Madam and I played it. It was very mobile game-esque, like the way that the weapons and stuff upgraded.
Prophecy, you're just a dude or a dudette. And the reason why we are downscaling who the player is because they want to be immersed more than they want to be powerful. And that was the big change in our approach. And we made all of our design decisions to be in alignment with this vision. If you were just a regular person and you wanted to think like a human would, but in a fantasy world, it's when you are aloof, when you're just like, that's not so dangerous, I've done it before, and that's when life just snaps back at you, right? In real life, that's like that. It should be like that in the design as well. So one gigantic thing is the character creation. In Outward 1, like, we had very ugly protagonists and we didn't have a lot of options. You know, you had like 3 skin colors, a handful of faces, a handful of haircuts, and that was it. It feels like really drawing yourself into an RPG. You choose a background, you choose traits, you have a very granular system to modify and customize your character to your liking. One of the big thing is you choose one of 3 starting locations. So as a regular person, what justifies throwing yourself into danger? How do you become an adventurer?
Felt like an expensive
Well,
Flash
we have
game.
3 different quests, depending on which.
Yeah, Towerborn did feel like an expensive Flash game. It just didn't have what I was hoping it would have. Linked Banner of the Spark felt the same way to me. Just felt like a mobile game.
You are a miner and you're trying to like improve your status and your quality of life. In Habu,
Alright, see a weapon.
You are just a clerk who just bought a house. What could possibly go?
Guys, I appreciate you hanging and watching. Make sure you're hitting like.
Like you're not special or anything, but something special happens to you, and then you have to live up to the situation. We want a weather system that is very dynamic. So now we have a year-long calendar with seasons, and you just go through all that. So it's going to be winter, and then it's spring, and then summer, and does change like what kind of stuff can be found, what kind of armor you need to wear. Dual wielding is gigantic. So now you can combine anything that goes in one hand, and that opens up a lot of possibilities. In Outward 1, like, you had your offhand could only have a set amount of things, and you had your main hand. Now you can just interchange. You can have 2 shields if you want. It sucks. I don't recommend it, but you can. Of course, like, just visually, and the fact that it is much more lush it's more filled, it's more visually vibrant, that's going to be something that people will notice very quickly. Just like in Out of One, we have 8 skill trees, and all those skill trees have some exclusive skills. So if you take one, you can't take the other, and you have a maximum of 3 breakthrough points. So there's only 3 skill trees that you can learn from to the maximum of the capabilities. Otherwise, you only have like the first few layers of skills available. One thing we added are the attribute points, the core stats, so strength, agility, constitution, willpower, intelligence. We added those. We're gonna track a lot of different things that you do. They're all gonna have like different thresholds. So let's say you dodge attacks successfully a certain number of times, you unlock a node that will give you a passive trait and increase your agility. So very small incremental changes. We start with very simple things and it expands us in more and more circles. So you won't be able from the very start to unlock all 3 skill trees just because you have the cash to do it. You will have to have experience. You will need to have practiced the life of danger and Ori to be able to understand, like get to the next level of the skill trees. Other than that, well, I think it's important to note that all 4 regions are new regions. So it's really just completely new environment to explore.
Today we're going to be taking a deep dive into our upcoming action RPG, Varin's Call. The world of Leda is entirely shrouded by darkness on one side, while scorched by endless sun on the other. These incredibly hostile areas are known as the Forsaken Realms, which, as you may have noticed, is the name of the universe we are meticulously crafting. Your first steps within the Forsaken Realms will take you to the Vale of Varin, a city on the brink of collapse, and the first of our narrative-focused adventures. You'll step into the boots of a lone mercenary, seeking to answer Varin's call for aid, and maybe earn some gold and glory along the way. It's clear that Varin needs a hero, and every hero needs a way to slay the countless fantastical beasts they'll encounter. Varin's Call aims to cater to a wide range of playstyles, offering you the freedom to combat the unknown in a variety of ways. Whether you prefer to be a nimble-footed archer flinging fireballs between arrows, or face your foes toe-to-toe as an axe-wielding whirlwind of death, the choice is yours. The game's classless system means you're never locked into playing a specific way. You have the ability to adapt, alter, or completely switch playstyles midway through your adventure. Unlock and spend perk points to obtain new skills and abilities, and level up your mercenary's core stats by gaining character experience.
They still go.
Hidden chests throughout the world will reward you with a range of weapons, armor, and unique trinkets, some providing unique effects to help you gain an edge in your next combat encounter. The local hamlet of South Vale acts as a hub, a safe space that provides various amenities for you to further develop your character. Use the Forge to upgrade the weapons and armor you find throughout the world, and the Dismantling Bench to deconstruct items for materials. The spell crafting table can be used to increase the power of your magic. Everything from an area of effect freeze attack that stops the enemy in their tracks, to ripping up the ground from underneath their feet with destructive force. Use the trap making bench to upgrade and unlock new traps and gadgets. A nice complement to your arsenal, allowing you the opportunity to catch your enemies off guard. And finally, the Alchemy Cauldron. This can be used to custom brew a multitude of mixtures, from replenishing health and restoring stamina to curing yourself of nasty status effects. These concoctions are sure to aid you on your journey. Okay, great. So you've equipped that shiny new helmet, purchased that slightly overpriced magic spell you always had your eyes on, and upgraded that new Polybuster barrel to the volatile variant that has even more boom. You're ready to get back into the fight, but maybe you want a change of pace. Yes, you're supposed to be the hero and save the city, but heroes need breaks too. Besides, there's a whole world to explore, and quirky characters from all walks of life need your help with their problems.
Then you've come about the job.
You might find yourself involved in a murder mystery, helping a local peacekeeper catch the criminal behind the death of her beloved friend. Or maybe you're on a mission to rid Varin of the Gnomi scourge that plagues the city, all because a crazy guy in an outhouse called you a hero?
truth!
Maybe we should stick to the main task at hand after all. Varin's Call is soon to release on PC with full controller support, with the aim of releasing on consoles at a later date. Our game is inspired by classics like Fable and The Elder Scrolls, so if this sounds like your kind of adventure, consider heading over to Steam and adding it to your wishlist to stay up to date with us. Until then, we'll see you mercenaries soon.
Guys, if you could help us get to 200 likes, that'd be super, super helpful. We've had actually a really good turnout for this, even though it's getting a little long in the tooth. We're going to keep watching, hanging out. Joker Quinn says, I'll see you tomorrow. I just can't do any more of this. That's fine. It's fine. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Is almost halfway over. Yeah, I'm not having dinner with my family for this, y'all. Oh boy. I left them some feedback on Twitter. I really do. I think it could be a really special event every year. I think they could make it great. They're gonna have to take the criticism in stride because they're getting pretty shredded for how they set this up. It's the pacing, you know. This game actually looks really cool, I'll be honest with you. Like, this game looks really cool. Like, the movement of the dragons was excellent. You know, the animations for the dragon were really good. The world itself looked really good. It looked solid.
First question I had was, how hard is this game going to be? Because the most common question about the original Outward was, okay, this is like, does it have to be so hard?
I actually got to play the game in the alpha version, and I got my ass kicked.
I'm glad.
Deserved.
But it's actually amazing. Like, I actually really enjoyed it because exploring this game felt very rewarding, and there's like a camping system, so you can camp like right outside like the enemy zone, and then you prepare like your weapons and everything to wreck the enemy, because if you don't prepare, oh, you're in trouble.
It's known to be a very, very hardcore survival, and when I was talking to Guillaume, he was like, if you die, it is likely your fault. And we all heard him say, like, it's not hard, but it is demanding. And they always at all times want to live up to those words, which is really awesome. And they will have a pack mule, which he said, of course, shocker, can die if you don't take care of it.
Of course.
But it's, you know, one of the big struggles was with inventory and spacing along other struggles that players had to really try and, you know, play out this game. Like you were saying earlier, you can't dilly-dally in this game. You have to really know what you're going to do, and eventually you'll get a hang of things. But another big one was dual wielding. So you can dual wield, he says, anything in the game. You can even double shield it up, which he says is not recommended.
You can attack with the shield. It's super cool.
He really loves to stress all of these niche things.
Yeah, there's a lot of
like you can sprain your ankle, you can perforate a lung.
Trauma.
She has clearly sprained it. You can sprain her.
I also got brain damage.
You can have a concussion. It will all impact you, and all of these ailments like take different lengths of time to recover from.
I got a concussion in game as well. It was really tough.
As well.
What were you doing? What were you doing out of game?
It was kind. No. It was just kind of like a play on, because whenever I told people I got a concussion, brain damage in game, a lot of people in my chat was like in game.
Sounds like the most hardcore of hardcore survivals.
It was really fun, and you can also play with friends, and then things become a lot more bearable.
They've showed the split screen.
Yeah,
and
so
it
you
looks
can play
awesome.
split screen with your friends, and it's really nice. Especially because then, like, you get beaten up, and then your friends get beaten up, so and then you know.
can get digital concussions together.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Forsaken Realms, Varin's Call. We were all sitting here saying it looks
It looks sick.
Most importantly, controller support. I can play that one.
I was trying to put my finger on what like the vibe was, and at the very end of the trailer, they say inspired by games like Fable. They really struck an interesting vibe. It seems like it's got a lot of soul and heart in it.
We've talked about music a lot today. I just want to say that was something I noticed right there. That flute, there's something about a flute. When a flute starts playing
When the
in a
flute
fantasy
started,
game,
yeah,
dude.
When the flute started playing, he was like, oh my god.
I'm ready to go to war.
No, the game looks really nice. It looks very well detailed, and I can't wait to try it.
They angled it that like, hey, you can do this thing. You can really focus on combat and the main quest line, the main story, but this is also an expansive world where there are a bunch of little side stories where you can go to these individual side characters and like help them catch their chicken.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
murder mystery or whatever it is. And I feel like that's what builds out a world and makes it feel more full. So I think it looks great. Third, we had Dragon Twin. I don't even know if we're.
Let's ride!
Dude, you can make your own dragon. There's a character creator for your dragon.
Did you see the?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out. Yeah, there's been a lot of feedback left for them in Twitter and chat and stuff. Like I think they'll take their lumps and so wait, are you serious, Omar? That's actually happening to him right now? Somebody's getting that somebody's getting swatted for real?
Never even came across your mind. You're like, wait a second.
So you see, and you're like, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, you're kidding around. Okay.
I can't wait to see how it progresses because it already looks amazing.
But they left the combat pretty open-ended. Like we saw some battle scenes, we saw some light with other dragons maybe fighting, and how that's going to come into play. I'm really curious
The
about.
movement, I mean, you're going to get some battlefield pilots.
It's so cinematic. The cinematic shot.
You think they learned why we don't have shows like this? Well, like, all of them getting to do interviews and stuff is fine, and showing the games is fine. If they all wanted to sit around and do a podcast about the games and reactions and stuff after, that's totally fine. Just don't do it in the show. Like, don't do it in the show. Like, I've seen developer interviews that can go a little long and get a little boring, but at least there's B-roll. Like, at least you're getting some context and some insight into what they're doing and why they're doing it. This is just creators talking about what they thought, and it's like, this is not the time for that, man. Yeah, I agree, Jesse. They're letting the devs do their thing, and then they're kind of doubling down and making it their own roundtable after. Usually what you do for a showcase is you show the trailer, you show the gameplay, then you kind of talk to the dev, and that's it. They sort of go together like a handshake. They're like showing the trailer, gameplay or whatever, then they interview the dev, and the dev interviews are pretty long, and then they all sit around and kind of talk about what they thought, and that's just not good pacing. It's great that it's focused on games, and it's great that their idea was, let's do something where we're not having people pay for placement, we're just having people show their games. I think that's a great idea. I just think they need to pace it differently.
What if the cube didn't appear but revealed itself? What if it was always there and we've only just started to see it?
So Immortal Gates of Py is an attempt to modernize and make more accessible the RTS genre while simultaneously keeping all of the complexity and the opportunities for mastery that have made RTS so popular over the years. So it's I would refer to it as a Blizzard-style RTS, the fast action, big battles, very tactical, kind of very rapid-fire chess. We realized that RTS, in part because it was dominated by a few big players, never really went through the kind of indie transformational experimentation. Some of the companies that tried to do so did so by stripping away features or losing some of the things that really made RTS great. In the early days, we surveyed a lot of players in both MOBA and RTS communities and found that they really loved the fantasy of commanding an army. RTS, at the end of the day, if you were to strip it all away, is just you're commanding an army, another guy's commanding an army in real time.
Yeah.
Right? Because you get individual unit control, it can be very overwhelming. And because you're also building those units, because you're building a base, because you're having to do so much macroing along with the microing simultaneously, that for most players, it just gets overwhelming and complicated. And so we worked through it kind of line by line, trying to figure out what are the rote tasks, what are the things that players are required to do that are not really decisions, that are more just chores, right? And how do we make more and more of the complexity in the game, but optional, opt-in. We refer to it as opt-in complexity. And then simultaneously, how do we create a world and experiences and game modes that people want to be a part of? We want to take this genre and show people this genre isn't dead. People want this fantasy. They want this experience. A lot of it has to do with things like the UI and the UX, the unit design, and a lot of that opt-in complexity. So, for example, in most RTSs, you always have to be building workers. If you're not building workers, you're falling behind on your economy and you're screwed. The correct move, with very few exceptions, is to build a worker every chance you get. So we made that automated, but have a toggle. If you want it turned off, you can. So if you're trying to do a specific timing attack, you can, but we took that complexity away. One of the other things is how in MOBAs you have a unified command card, right? All of the abilities and castable abilities on your hero are easy to reach. You can hit all of those buttons very quickly on one hand. We redesigned the UI UX to be the same way. So you can select your whole army with one button by default, and then all of the abilities, castable abilities of your army are also on that one unified command card. One of the things that people often tell us is that when they watch our game, it looks like an RTS, but when they play it, it almost plays more like a MOBA in terms of how they're commanding their army. Our early idea was if we bring the top, 10 modders within generally the strategy gaming space, if we bring them all together and we say, if we were to come together and build a game that truly is the next generation of RTS, what does it look like? And that's what we set out to do. The 1v1 or 2v2 PvP experiences, they're similar to a StarCraft or a StarCraft 2. Maps, we did redesign the maps and we redesigned the mechanics in a way that 2v2 is actually really, really fun. It's a core support gameplay mode. And players, including pro players, have actually really enjoyed doing 2v2 tournaments. But the ultimate goal is to destroy the enemy's town centers, and so it's kind of a tactical back and forth with counters and strategic snipings and using immortal abilities in clever ways. So it's great for mastery and laddering and skill gain. Ultimately, or at least the goal, is to have other PvP modes that are more casual or more playful, kind of some chaos modes, auto battler modes, things like that, where if you just have 10 minutes and you want to have a beer while doing it, and you want to do something that's a bit strategic, but you don't want to get that sweaty, we want to have those experiences too. That's a big part of the target market that we're looking at, is people that like to be challenged mentally, but don't necessarily want to try to do the crazy APM and don't want to get too invested in the competition. We want to do a full grand campaign. The inspiration for how we kind of want, or how we see the ideal campaign, if we can build it, is very similar to Dark Crusade. It's a grand campaign. You can be kind of any of these different factions and conquering territory and building new and unique stories.
One of the better trailers that I think we all saw back around SGF last year.
Not a new trailer that we're showing with this. Of course, the twin comparison is new, which is very cool to see the twins for the first time in this universe, if you like Atomic Heart. But the trailer itself for the Cube, nothing new.
The potential for that game is like unmatched. It is a crazy
They're so
concept.
good at cinematics, and also just like the concept of playing a game like that with the map constantly changing, the biomes changing. It like breaks my brain to think about, but in a fun way. I think.
Like different terrains, different weather.
Yeah. They show that sliding clip where she's sliding, and then as the cube is apparently rotating, we don't know how that mechanic even works with the
Well, I'm
map.
assuming you can fall off. Like if you fall
You would
off the
think,
map,
right?
you just like that's. I'm sure you're
Or get
dead.
crushed.
And they've taken so many gameplay mechanics already. We saw from that short trailer. You saw wall running. You saw just like traditional gunplay.
The other cool part to me is that it is set in a universe that people have already been a part of. Somehow.
The world of Atomic Heart's very interesting.
Can you explain it a little bit?
It's kind of like it is Soviet Russia in an alternate timeline where they've mastered robotics, but then there's like evil robots.
And in terms of vibe, it's kind of like Soviet Bioshock. And it's a vibe.
That's a good way to put it.
And what's interesting is that from the original game Atomic Heart, one of the primary things people loved about it were like the boss fights and then like the outdoor environments and the art direction. And that is just the cube. And then they're adding in this multiplayer component as well with like, it seems like PvE elements with bosses that you'll fight against together as the cube rotates. I can't wait to find out more.
I love how open-ended they are. Munfish are like, we are all curious because we don't know the exact direction they're going and where it could end up. And I was trying to pinpoint like what game I was looking at, because we are gonna flow into Atomic Heart, and I love that tie between those worlds. But I saw a piece of like the finals and the first destructibility and cube movement we saw when the finals first released. There was something about that aesthetic that I also saw, and I was like, okay, now I'm instantly locked back into this.
The DLCs people love. There's already Atomic Heart 1 and 2. This is their fourth and final DLC for Atomic Heart. And when we saw the trailer, we saw the screenshots, it adds new environments and it looks good.
Yeah.
You know? Then the third game on our list with that one was Immortal Gates of Py by Sunspear. Jake, you had a great conversation with Ian.
My boy Ian. It's a game that's been in development for a long time. We're gonna probably talk about how it's a group of modders, and so they've hired a lot of modders, and they have that DNA for this game and a lot of the concepts they want to plan out for the future. They've had hands on this for almost 10 years, but they've been working hard on it for about 5.
Christopher Burnett says, if you want to make a showcase where you forget about every game that was shown, just format it like this showcase. That's pretty funny. Yeah, it is. It really feels like just a huge misfire here. I can't believe they're not showing B-roll. I really can't. Even the name of the game is so small over there in the corner once they start talking, man. I just, whoo, boy. Yeah. I'm just gonna keep saying it. I hope they take the feedback, and don't take it too personal. I know they probably worked hard on this. They were probably super excited to, for everybody to see it. Take the feedback and make it better next year. Yo, Henry gifted a member. Thank you so much, sir. We're exactly 20 away from 300. Now would be a good time to really go buck wild. We are definitely hanging out with the most loyal. You guys are the best, Want to grab a drink, save yourself. I'm not doing that. Could we get 20 more likes on the video? I'd appreciate it very much, y'all.
I did. When he said that, I was like, that's my guy.
Exactly.
This game was made for.
But I do want to really support him, and when it comes to cracking through whatever the current the current stereotype in that genre is, they're trying to innovate, they're trying to do things differently. And one last thing, they are very, very community focused. So like a lot of the devs we've spoken to, they love their community, they found their diehards, and it really has shaped the project. And so I hope we see it in the near future.
Next up, we have what I'm calling kind of a Western section. We have some new footage from the game Exeular. That's going to be Paradark Studio. There's Far, Far West from Evil Raptor and Erosion from Plot Twist.
Welcome to the world of Exeular. We are Kasia and Amadeus, the creators of the game.
And this is Gameplay Overview.
Exeular is a first-person action-adventure game that encourages exploration, rewards curiosity,
and never holds your hand.
You play as Denzel Phoenix, an Exeular, a corporate bounty hunter.
Execulars hunt down fugitives and reclaim souls from those who try to escape the system.
One of the game's main hubs is the Tower, a massive fortress city ruled by the Athelion Corporation. This is where you accept contracts, upgrade your gear, and prepare for missions.
Job well done, contract fulfilled.
The game is structured in chapters, and almost everyone begins and ends in the Tower.
Outside the tower lies a harsh, scorched desert. You travel through it in a heavily modified car designed to protect you from extreme conditions such as heat and radiation. Inside the vehicle, you have access to your computer, storage, and a working radio.
From your
Survival is a core part of the experience.
Inventory space is limited, and every item matters, forcing players to make careful decisions about what to carry and what to leave behind.
Athelions' high-tech systems allow you to hack devices, pick locks, and access restricted areas.
Your cybernetic implants help you uncover hidden elements and investigate the environment. Missions and level design are fully non-linear. There's no single way to complete a contract. Stealth, dialogue, and combat are all valid approaches and can be freely combined.
In Exeular, every decision matters.
What's it gonna be? Plata or muerte?
Wishlist Exeular on Steam.
Hi everyone, Robert here from Fireshine Games. I am the Senior Product Manager for Far Far West, developed by the incredible 6-person team at Evil Raptor. Far Far West is a 1-to-4 player co-op PvE first-person shooter where you play as robot cowboys in a weird western world. Work together to kill bosses, collect bounties, and cleanse the lands of the evil enemy invaders. Today, I'm going to talk you through a short, single-round session of Far Far West. Here, we're exploring the Far Far West hometown, an evolving space where you can upgrade...
I think the game before this and this look great.
Once the team is geared up and ready to go, we can pick the bounty we want to hunt and drop into the game. Now that we have dropped into the map, it is time to head to our first objective. We can travel around the map much faster with the use of our trusty horses, which you can summon with the press of a button. When fighting enemies, I can use different firearms and a variety of spells to do damage or heal myself and teammates. Spells and guns can also be comboed together to make their effects more powerful, spread their damage further, or even create new spells. To summon this boss, we need to do the obvious. Launch a nuke at its nest. So let's get this rocket loaded with explosives and shoot it into the sky. When playing co-op, you have to work together as a team to complete the objectives and defend yourself from enemy attacks. Right now, we're throwing sticks of dynamite to my teammate for him to put in the rocket, of which he is actually only catching a few. While carrying out objectives, you will attract the attention of the enemy hordes, who will try and stop you. Now we have the rocket all powered up, let's launch it at the boss nest to really make it angry. This bounty is far from over. Now we have to take the beast down. Let's summon the boss and get this party started. We won and the boss is dead, but we aren't safe yet. So let's get to the station to get the last train out of town. When the train is called, we have to stay alive for its arrival, which is easier said than done when the whole of the far west wants you dead. We made it out alive. Well, some of us. Which means we get to keep the resources we found along the way. These will allow us to upgrade our characters even more and be stronger for the next bounty. This was just one simple game of Far Far West. There are multiple bosses, maps, objectives, weapons, spells, upgrades, and cosmetics, all unlockable through play. You can play the playtest with your friends right now.
Yeah, that looked fun. That one and like the Cyberpunky and Fallout Bounty Hunter one before that, I think that one looked good too.
Whatever happens, you do it or die trying. But even if you kick the bucket, you don't stay dead for long.
You reminded me of it this morning. My father, he looked on by. He passed on to the next line.
First up, we saw X-Killer. That's coming from Paradox Studio. It's kind of, I mean, the vibes look great to me. It was reminding me a little bit, you disagreed, but like a cyberpunk in the wild.
No, I just see it. I just see it.
And the animation work was crazy good, like the world building.
I think the way it's described is a post-apocalyptic Western-style FPS.
Anything good? Yeah, Exekiller looked really good, like almost like a Cyberpunky and Fallout inspired bounty hunter game. Far Far West looked like a really, really fun kind of like, it was almost like Deep Rock Galactic meets a Western meets Helldivers kind of a vibe. Like it was really, really cool. I thought that one looked great.
Animation.
Oh, and the one they just showed too, that like top-down one, that one looked pretty good as well.
Say less.
Money.
Then we had Far Far West coming from Evil Raptor, Western-themed action shooter project. The way I've been describing it, to be honest with you, is Western Sea of Thieves. There's a lot of depth there. It looks like, that's not a bad comparison. Sea of Thieves was very fun to me.
What if Sea of Thieves, but cowboys, basically?
Well, it's that, but also with specific hunts and like bounties, we're going out and doing boss fights with each other.
It seems very teamwork based too. Like you saw a clip there where they were fighting the boss on the ground and one of them was up top and your teammate threw the dynamite up, caught it, planted it. Looks really cool.
Third on this list, another Western. This game is pretty mind-blowing. I think we're all on the same page for that.
The art
was
style is
Erosion.
divine.
I could see this one being like...
This is going to be a big one. This is
a big one.
Well, like the most compelling aspect of it to me is the time passing affecting not just the world that you're exploring, but also like literally your daughter. She grows older every death that happens.
I think it's
a decade goes past.
So the worse you are at the game.
If you die 20 times, like she's not gonna be
dead.
there when you get there. You're gonna be talking to a gravestone. But it's just a very captivating art style, like you
It's also
mentioned.
open world.
Open world roguelike. Yes.
We're gonna have people that are gonna want to go deathless runs of this. I hope that maybe there's a glimpse of hope of like if you have a deathless run or maybe a one.
That's
death
like
run,
the true ending or something.
There's a happy ending, but I imagine that most other endings are not gonna be so happy, or at least a bit sadder.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah,
It looks
exciting.
really good.
We're gonna see a lot from that game.
For sure.
Okay, here comes the Division.
Next up, we have a very exciting section for people who like competitive games, shooter games. We have an awesome interview that Jake did with the executive producer of the Division franchise. We also have Alpha Response, a game coming from the original creator of Counter-Strike, Min Lee, or Gooseman, whatever you know him as. Last Man Sitting from Pixel Pizza, and Sand Raiders of Sophie by Holygriff.
If you imagine a real world location, the most form the entire map. We're thinking about it in a very different way with innovations that haven't been seen yet. There's a focus on this to make it such a different feeling experience from the core Division 2 experience. I think we've got something super, super promising here. Survivors is developed with Magnus Jensen, who is the original Division 1 creative director. So this is a guy who lives and breathes the Division. He's so excited about jumping into this type of game mode again. And there is a hint in the title of something that we're going to be doing really differently from everybody else. We always develop with a player in mind, with player types in mind. And I think here we have to acknowledge that the Division 2 has a large player base of passionate gamers. And one of the things that we want to do is really lean into the sort of comfort game of the Division 2. People are happy to jump in, know their way around the controller, know their way around the map. They know how to play this game. So we're going to take that and subvert it a little bit and change the map and make sure that the weather has an impact on you, which it doesn't have in Division 2. So there are lots of little things that we're doing to surprise our core audience. Veteran players, they're going to be surprised. All of these locations that they know by heart, they're going to be transformed. So the Division 3 is...
Yeah, I remember when Survival came out, I said they should turn the whole map into that. They should make the whole map like this so that you're trying to survive and you're getting loot and getting rewarded. The fact that they're calling it Survivors, I'm really intrigued. Are they going to borrow from like Vampire Survivors and Soulstone Survivors, games like that, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor? Are they going to borrow from that for mechanics?
An impact as Division 1 was. There's a team in Paris working on this, and they're putting the final touches on a mobile execution of the promise of Division 1. So, Division 1, New York, pandemic strikes, take back New York. This is a brand new story with mechanics that are really fine-tuned to a mobile phone. Graphically, this looks like a PS5. You may have seen the adverts for it. It looks phenomenal, really, really good. It plays really good, and it has a few innovations. You know, the Dark Zone, this area of atypical PvP.
Yeah, I don't know why he said that. It does not look like a PS5 game, homie. It looks like a pretty good-looking mobile game. Like, come on, what are we doing here?
Hear gunshots. Go over there. There'd be another agent. You'd approach cautiously, feel each other out, and decide whether to partner or to actually engage in PvP. The whole of the Resurgence map is friendly to other agents. So you'll hear gunshots on a corner. You won't need to be in the Dark Zone. It could be anywhere, and you can group with those people. So PvP is off by default, but being able to group up and to see other agents in the streets, that's never been done in a Division game before, let alone a mobile game.
Yeah, I anytime you're talking about a mobile game like that, a mobile game like that, don't sell people on what it looks like in the graphics. That's just a bad idea. It's not going to look nearly as good as a console or PC game. I mean, unless you got like a really unique art style. Seems pretty realistic, to be fair. Yeah, it's very realistic. It's pretty bad. Good night. I was like, they're like, run it again with different music.
Where you blast through the environment mounted on an office chair. So you're always on an office chair. And you also have a freaking gun. So movement-wise, it sort of feels a bit playing the PvE game mode. So that's when it gets really ridiculous.
Okay.
Then you
I say first up, we're going to talk about the Division interview. Of course, we weren't able to get a ton of new information, but they are working on a lot of different projects right now.
I don't know if I've ever talked to anyone else who has 26 years at a single company in gaming. So talking to him, he was, I was doing a bit of glazing because everything he said felt like a storytelling experience. And so we're talking about Survivors, and this is the kind of redone version of Division 1's original Survival. And so it's a snowstorm impacted, weather hit Washington, D.C., and it's what he kind of also alluded to as like one of the original extraction shooter-esque like games. But yeah, you have to fight for survival out and weather the elements. He says it's really, really shaping up. And also original players of Survival are going to experience, he couldn't tell me everything, but they're going to get to experience, you know, remastered things and things that are updated from the original that they did want, but he couldn't tell me too much as to what it was, besides that it's really shaping up and it's really interesting. And both new coming players, you don't have to play Division or Division 2 to stumble across this and love it just as much.
I think with the success, obviously, of games like Arc Raiders right now, you even mentioned that, it's an interesting conversation around, do you try to chase those things and copy stuff, or not even copy, but take inspiration from it, or are you having to come up with your own ideas that you've been working on for 10 years or however long? It's just interesting how they've been working on this for a long time, and now there's a mega popular game in the same exact vein.
Yeah, and he said it a lot more eloquently than I can ever represent it as, but you know, he realized it's probably a mix of things. Like a lot of other games are doing extraction shooters with certain things here, but they've also had an image of where they want to be and where they want to go for quite some time now, and now they're finally getting to breathe that into existence slowly.
They also talked a little bit about Division 3, which when I say a little bit, I mean like a little bit.
He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. Julian said this. He said, "It's shaping up to be a monster." And I said, I'm gonna clip that, Julian. Thank you very much.
I would say a highly anticipated game that they can't share a lot about, but we were excited just to hear that it's a monster as much as people love these other games. Next up, we had Alpha Response coming from Min Lee.
For anyone who doesn't know Min Lee, the original creator of Counter-Strike, I love this guy. We've had the chance to meet him on a couple occasions, also sit down and talk with him. He went to his first Counter-Strike major this past year. It was an incredibly rare experience to see like such a notorious dev get to see what his game has truly become become, and he was there since the very, very beginning. And then to see like an esport develop out of it was crazy. Not to go on too much of a tangent, but he still has that.
Christopher Burnett says, I take back every mean thing I said about the Game Awards show last month. I've always tried to tell people, I was like, don't be so quick to judge the Game Awards. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Jeff does a really, really good job. And I feel like they could turn this into a very, very good show. They would just need to change a lot of how they've paced it. Tom Henderson did speak to the Highguard situation. He says, I'm not sure how Highguard is going to play out in terms of success, but the lack of social media posts does not mean they are not doing anything. So he apparently knows something. They're not just quiet because they're not doing anything. I feel like they've got to be, potentially panicking. But we'll see, because I think the reception was so bad. They have to be really, really worried about the game's reception.
PvP based. It's going to be a round based game, and so I believe 4 players. So super competitive lobbies. But I think you can
also a chaotic shoot.
Very, very chaotic, and it progresses round by round. So their unique feature in competitive balancing is it's the first player to win 5 rounds. But if you lose a round, you get a power up. So you get an ability, and that is their way to balance.
Even the odds a little bit.
You can even upgrade your chair.
Yeah, so by the end, which you can, and by the end, it's going to be pretty hectic because, of course, if everyone's taking their turns and winning 3 rounds, 4 rounds, whatever, by the end, you're all going to be super OP. And so the ultimate goal is to win that 5th round. You're going to have to beat some pretty high-powered people.
My favorite part of the interview is hearing him say, we're inspired by Counter-Strike, Super Smash Bros, the Call of Duty era. He just wanted to see people 360 no-scope others and made a game out of it.
In an office chair.
And if you see the trailer, you'll see the agents or the characters, and you'll be like, oh, that looks like Counter-Strike, and he'll say, yep, that was kind of, we're all big Counter-Strike.
You just know he
fans.
grew up on the quick scope montages, 360 trick shots.
Well, and I love the idea of they're sitting brainstorming the game, and he's like, I want to make a shooter, but what's our unique spin on it?
Wait a second.
Guys, get in here. You're never gonna believe this. You might want to sit down.
It'll make sense.
Then finally, in that section, we had Sand Raiders of Sophie. The developer is Hollygriff as well as Tower House, but the publisher is Tiny Build, who we're all very familiar with. This is a co-op action adventure. You're in a desert world. Honestly, it reminded me of another. I don't remember it. They were sailing in the desert in some other game, but this. My favorite part about this is that you could see them building your ship. That you're then traversing the desert and
kind of like
fighting
a base
people.
building.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of reminded me of Sea of Thieves meets Base Builder.
Rust.
Where you're you're building your own
Rust.
ship. Yeah. It's very cool.
Rust on legs.
There's also normal gunplay too as well though, which I found. At first I was like, oh, that looks cool, but then I saw there were normal guns too. So.
I like it's a new concept. I feel like where they were probably, I have to assume, fans of Rust or fans of different types of games. They're like, okay, what if we make a moving base in the desert, and then you can explode people's bases? Or I'm curious. We didn't see it in the trailer. I'm curious if you can raid other people's bases.
I'm pretty sure you.
That'd be the coolest part. If you raid their
jump
base.
off of yours.
Pretty sure you can take other people's bases. I'm pretty sure.
Next up, we have a section that a couple of us are definitely going to be very excited about. This is the 25th year that Jagex has been making RuneScape at this point, which is extremely impressive. I know Jake and I have been playing it our entire lives. We've got old school RuneScape, we've got RuneScape 3, and we have Dragon Wild.
The Trinity!
Right, so 3 games, massive games that have been around for a long time, a lot of people have heard of.
I think we should just give the room to Jake.
I love it here. This
Use
is
the bathroom real quick.
This is my favorite part for all you RuneScape fans.
When we all arrived here, the first thing I saw was Jake on his laptop and RuneScape was pulled up next to Twitter.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Did you see how Hunter has a side monitor just
He does this.
Really? I didn't know that's cool. These guys are real fans though.
Yeah.
I'm north of 1800 now.
I'm over 2100.
I knew that's why I didn't want to answer, because I knew you were going to lead into it. Anyway, Jagex has given us a variety of exclusives across all 3 games. We're super happy to talk about it.
They've done a lot of very impressive things over the past year, I would say. They did Varlamore, with Jake's favorite, the Gemstone Crab, just AFK there. It's awesome. Has the Delve with Doom. They have the Gridmaster this year, which was super fun. I played that one. They also added Sailing most recently, which is the first new skill ever in old school RuneScape. Had a lot of back and forth. My favorite part about it is the fact that they listened to the community a lot with the release of it. The exclusive they gave us was this new logo reveal for the next league season. So that was League 6 Demonic Packs. We don't know much more past that. Obviously, Leagues is a lot of fun and probably the most engaging time periods of RuneScape. I think you see player peaks every time. So I imagine a lot of those WoW players are going to come back and be a part of that. Outside of that, RuneScape 3 was also in the news a lot this year.
For a variety of reasons. One of the biggest ones being they've removed the biggest monetization methods they had in the game, which was widely talked about and has been for probably next to a decade. You know, obviously in the MMO genre, you have to make money to sustain such big games and big servers for a reason and to keep these updates coming. They're not small teams. And so it was that community battle of like, we need monetization, but at what point is it too much monetization? And they finally reached that breaking point.
I think we also have some reveals of some of the areas they're revamping, which is very cool. They're trying to declutter the entire world because right now the game, if you, as an old school player, log on, you're probably like, what is going on? Most of the time. So that's very cool. They also gave us the image of their anniversary cape, which looks fire.
Isn't that beautiful? And I actually have one behind me.
This is Jake's Avengers Endgame.
Oh, man.
And then finally, we also had Dragon Wilds, which is a game that we are very excited about.
Another incredible game.
We are big fans of those types of games. Valheim, we spent a ton of time on. So when RuneScape announced this, we were super stoked personally and played it. They're in early access, but they talk a lot about their 1.0 release and everything that's coming.
For those unaware, Dragon Wilds is the survival game inspired by RuneScape. And so being a big survival game guy and my love for RuneScape, it was kind of the mixing of both worlds. So Dragon Wilds was always going to be a big thing for me. And as you said, it is early access, still developing. They are aiming for that full release though. It's still a great game and getting better and better.
If you like games like Valheim or Enshrouded, I would say this is the kind of game
100%
you would like to play because it's just like that. You can spend a ton of time building your house and making it better and better. And then they're also adding iconic RuneScape things. Again, we talked about that with like the cube. It's cool to see a world you already love in another format.
The fresh twist.
Yeah. They already have released their roadmap, but we have a lot of cool stuff that is coming to the game that RuneScape players will recognize. New skills come out at each time, so fishing, prayer, agility. You're gonna get mithril armor, rune armor coming out. There's 3 new regions next year coming with the 1.0 update like over time. And then we got the first look at Dowden Reach, which is their next region. You're gonna recognize these Black Knights, which look a lot scarier than from,
he's not gonna make it
from RuneScape. If this is the Black Knight's fortress, it looks absolutely incredible.
Incredible.
You think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Right.
I don't know if I'm gonna continue after this segment.
You guys have heard me and Jake talk way too much about this. We also have a message from a couple of creators that you might recognize from the RuneScape community.
RuneScape and Jagex has just turned 25 years old. And the recent year has actually been incredible. And what is to come over the course of 2026 and beyond is something that, as a player myself of RuneScape for 23 years, I am so excited. I mean, I think the game right now, old school RuneScape, is in the best place it's ever been. But Jagex as a company is turning into potentially being the best they have ever actually been. In 2025, over old school RuneScape, we didn't just have many different pieces of content, such as Sailing, Balamar, Royal Titans, a duo boss that came to the game. We actually also hit an all-time high player count since the game actually released over a decade ago. That is crazy. It's absolutely incredible. But that is not the end. We still have 2026 to come, and the things that are coming in 2026 are going to be crazy. We have the Blood Moon Rises. We'll be getting more info at the Winter Summit. The finale, potentially, of the Mauritania questline. But personally, the thing that I am the second most excited for, behind Raids 4. Now, Raids 4, I know nothing about right now, so I can't really say much, but that is the thing I am the most excited for and have been the most excited for years to come as of right now. And if that is not everything, we have League 6. And I know one thing about League 6, and that is League 6 demonic pacts. All I can say. That's all I know right now. But League 6 will be coming most likely in Q4 of 2026. Can't fact check that. I do not know. But that means League 6 may contain Blood Moon.
I don't know, Hex. We've been hanging out for 2 hours and 40 minutes, brother. This has been paced really poorly. Like, it's pretty bad, brother. I'm trying to be about as nice as I can because I like the people involved, but this is a 3.5 hour long show that could have been an email. I mean, I'm just kidding. Like, it could have been an hour long. They've added way too much. There's a lot of really overindulgent sections. I'm hanging in there, but even I'm kind of like, oh my gosh, like I almost called it. I almost called it. I was like, guys, I'm gonna go have dinner with my family, but we're just gonna do the whole show.
Completely done, but you can play it now. You will only just get the first 2 expansions, and the first 2 expansions as a standalone game is incredible. I cannot wait to see the expansion to the entire thing when we get the entire world, the entire universe of what's going on there. So far,
it's their first time. Yeah, but they're veterans, yo. Like, they're industry veterans. They should have known better. Like, they've watched showcases. They know how the public reacts. Like, what do you mean? This isn't like a pet project from people that have never done anything in the gaming world before. You know what I'm saying? Like, homie, I've been in this business for 10 years. If I was a part of something like this and greenlit this level of pacing, I would expect you guys to eviscerate me. Like, I've main stage hosted E3. I've co-streamed more showcases than I could even count. I don't think I would ever be like, yeah, this is a good idea, y'all. This is well structured. No way.
To go play RuneScape, one of the greatest games of all time.
Next up, we have a group of 4 games, that being Darklight Survivor coming from Mirai & Co., Tape 101 coming from Serversa, and Unawake from Reality Art Studio, Nested Lands from 1M Bits Board.
This one looks cool. I like this one because you can switch. So it's a survivor game. So you're third person. You can switch to top down. Yeah, there you go. That one looked kind of cool.
For eternity, I struggled to become an aspect of courage, freedom, and honor. So much for the glory of angels. Let it in. Let it burn your flesh. Let it burn your soul.
Yeah, you did see this already. This was a part of the montage that, like, opened up the show. Yeah. Unawake, from the makers of Not Asleep.
Maybe one of the games we've seen that kind of blew our mind a little bit. You had top-down, you had third person, and something else.
Oh, the instantaneous switch, of course, between top-down and third person, but then the pixel art, being able to instantaneously
adapt to.
That's
it's
insane.
really, really sick.
Yeah, combining both those features, because you said it and I was like, wait, is that what it's doing? I had to.
Yeah, you can literally like just toggle it.
That's such a crazy.
My understanding.
Such a crazy feature.
So it's a game like a roguelike game.
Yeah.
And a little bit kind of like Vampire Survivors in the style of Megabunk. So you can either have the top-down view, first-person view, whatever you prefer, and you swap all the time. Sick.
I think it's interesting to think about the strategy element of that probably that comes into play, like when you're fighting certain things.
Maybe some
Maybe if
bosses
you're
it's
seeing a
useful.
boss
Because
that
on
way.
the surface, it seems like it's just like it's a personal preference thing, but it might actually have its place in like the gameplay loop. Like if you're in a certain situation, I should go top down.
Or maybe
real quick.
depending the skill that you use.
Yeah,
because you may think that it's just like a gimmick for a different viewpoint or filter or whatever, but the idea that you could use it tactically as a gameplay mechanic too is really cool.
Aiming for early access in late Q1 of 2026. They already have a demo out that a lot of people have played, and we've said this a lot of times. One of my favorite parts about these devs already is that they have listened to their players who have played the demo. They made it a point to tell us, like, we've made 6 patches in the demo based on player feedback, and I think that's super important, especially for a game that looks as good as this, because it can be a lot of fun. You know, roguelike survival with mechanics we've never seen before, as far as I'm aware, so it should be fun. Next up, we had Tape 101, a game that's probably too scary for Jake to play. If I had to,
I had to literally cradle him while we were watching.
Yeah, these are all content creators. Yeah, they put this event together with, I think, really good intentions, and I think it could really turn into something great every year. Which is, the point is they want to showcase games. Thank you for 26 months top reply and a tier 3 over there on Purple. We're 19 away from 300. If you guys want to see Madam hang out tomorrow night, you're gonna need to hustle it up tomorrow or tonight. So I think their intentions were really good. Let's do an event that's about the games, no paid spots. We'll do dev interviews. We'll take the time to do the work so that the devs can be interviewed and talk about their games. Really great intentions. I think they're going to have to really take a lot of the feedback and make severe adjustments. This should be about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and completely cut these sections here where they just kind of talk. I don't think this is necessary. Now, you could do this after. If you want to do this after and have your own segments that you upload, your own reactions and discussions about the various games, right? Like they're uploading the full interviews. We didn't see the full interviews. We saw pieces of the interviews and it said, hey, for the full interview, go here. These sections here, they're just very, very overindulgent. People were promised a showcase about games. It's all about the games. It's about the games. No paid placement. We're going to be showing you games. And I would say half of the show is just them talking. No B-roll, no trailer, nothing. So if there's a 3.5 hour long show and an hour and a half of it is you guys talking, that's a pretty significant amount of hijacking of like what your intentions were. And I don't know if when they were doing these segments, did they know that? Did they all think, oh yeah, we're going to be doing this the entire time? Did they think that there would be just clips taken out or there would be B-roll or whatever? So, they're just going to have to listen to the feedback because the audience is, pretty resoundly letting them know on Twitter and in the chat, like, please stop yapping, please stop talking, please show games. So, yeah, and I think that's fair criticism. I like Jake, I like Hunter. I'm not too familiar with everybody else. Like I've watched some of Luke Stevens stuff. I haven't really interacted with him. But I feel like Jake and Hunter are nice guys, and I feel like their intentions were really good. They needed somebody in the room to be like, it's great that you guys are so excited about all these games, but nobody's going to want to sit and listen to you guys talk about quite literally every game that's announced. There are 45 games that are part of this event. 45. So we've had to listen to them talk about every single game that has been announced. And there's still about an hour left of the show. That is just very, very, it's a little too much. I'm being real nice and real charitable about this because I know people are probably being really mean and really harsh. That's just kind of what the public does. So, yeah. Yeah. It could be the collision of miscommunication between them and the editors about how much was used. Well, I mean, they sat and recorded a ton of footage. We're not even seeing everything from their conversations after. This has been trimmed down. Like, they sat here and they just really, really yapped about every single game. That's totally fine. I mean, we're still not seeing everything they said. This is even this is edited. So, yeah.
Down with the executive producer over all of the Warhammer 40K series, as I understand it, Anatoly Shestov.
By enemies from within. By enemies from without. By enemies from beyond.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it. Just imagine the true Warhammerish stories where no choices are good, but you don't have an option to go away. You need to get your hands dirty, and it's just a matter of how precisely you will achieve this. One of the most significant changes that any player would experience compared to the Rogue Trader would be more stakes, more value in a surrounding, in any environment that you're playing with. The covers, the line of sights, we read how they are calculated, how they are working, and how much benefit they providing to the party. So it's basically would be more playing around the environment. We abandoned the step up mechanics. So if you're ending your turn behind some wall, you are behind some wall. There won't be one circle around you that allows you to step up of this cover and to shoot at anything. So the place where you start your turn, the place where you're ending your turn would be more significant. Other thing is role-playing model. There are way more roles being made inside the combat. Lots of the things making you roll something, lots of the things make your opponents roll something, so it's not just your weapon skill or ballistic skill, it's way more significant influence of the role-playing choices that you've made previously. Almost all of the combats in the game will have alternative ways to finish them, not just killing all of your enemies. We are allowing player to target specific parts of the body of the enemies, and by doing this we're allowing to make your opponent lose an option to move or lose the option to use abilities. There are different ways how you can tactically approach your desire, your design of how to proceed with the combat. And of course there is a whole new subsystem that came on a change of the momentum. This is a morale system. Momentum was a party-based.
I'm sorry, Lon. I hope you're not missing dinner or root canal for this. Thank you very much. Siege Master drops a 5-bomb over there on YouTube. Thank you so much, Siege Master, getting us to 286.
More personal and not just for your party. We are not just telling a story through the environment or the words of in a dialogue. No, we're actually making cases. We're actually making the culprits. We're actually collecting and interpreting evidence and discussing them with your retinue and analyzing them and making conclusions. There are some other mighty forces inside the scintilla because you're not playing in a vacuum and you need to struggle for power. But most of the time, you are playing as a person in charge, as a person that have authority, and the person who need to make hard choices. One of the most significant ways of the influence of a story for Dark Heresy would be your decision of which case is more important. For example, there is a under Spire slums, and this is a toxic waste. And the level of the toxic sea is growing. And if you're going there as a first place, there will be toxic waste somewhere nearby. And there will be people getting ready to be consumed by the toxic waste. But if you are going there late stage, there will be actual toxic sea, and you will be playing around it. There will be changes in the geometry, changes in the combat encounters of how they are playing, changes in the narrative behind this, and changing based on the timings, how you decided how you approach this.
To venture forth into darkness and bring the light of the Emperor to the uncharted void. All must be cleansed in his name.
Is there anything you can tell us about new factions, new notable characters, or iconic Warhammer 40k lore?
There would be Treason. I don't know, most iconic thing that you can potentially name and encounter as a rogue trader as a Treason. It would be some interesting takes on Astra Militarum. I won't share specifics not to spoil the fun, but it would be there. And there would be some brand new systems like augments ones. You will be able to replace some parts of your body with interesting pieces of Imperium technology. There would be some elaboration on a story of the world behind the main road of the Inquisitor Calcasar's shenanigans. Let's say it like this. It would be some interesting dive on a past of the von Valancius dynasty, even further than Theodora. There would be some new takes on how dangerous wildlife can be. Other thing that definitely we will provide for the player is some vaults, the Treason vaults, some collections of pretty wild things being gathered by this Necron. Of course, this is a rogue trader story, and rogue trader is kind of part of his void ship, so there would be some expanding of the void ship, some new places to visit, some old places to revisit. It would be new companion with a whole set of unique mechanics inside it. It would be the general system of augmentations provided to the players, so if you always...
They should slim it down next time. Well, the problem is there's such a thing as too much of a good thing. So, like, we're all worn out. We're all kind of exhausted now. And then you've got, like, really, really in-depth interviews about mechanics. This is a perfect interview video for a standalone thing. Like, you could really grow your platform and your YouTube channel for this event by having these published separately, because people that are really interested in this game are going to be really interested in hearing all of this. But in a showcase, it's like, oh, good Lord, I don't need to know all of these specifics about every little game. Like, right? They're not practicing the sort of the tried and true method of the interview that's meant to be like talking points, like highlight the big talking points, right? And that's kind of what you should be doing. And then if you want to do the deep dives into the mechanics, into the systems, that's totally fine. Go ahead and do that. But that needs to be a separate thing. When I did interviews at E3, that was what we always focused on in the pre-interview. Give me the bullet points. What do you really want to focus on? And we would highlight all of those things. We would not get down into the muck and the mire and the details of every little thing, because that's just not the appropriate time for it. The crazy thing is they have links to longer interviews. Well, yeah, because from what I can tell, they just sat down and just yapped it up about these games with these developers. And that's great. Like, giving them an opportunity to do that is awesome. But this is just not the place for that. Like, where you're getting down into the very, very minutiae specifics of mechanics and updates and things that they've done to these games and stuff. And it's like, a showcase is such a rough time to do that. Because if you're not interested in the game, this guy's going on and on and on and on about these mechanics and these things that they've done, and you're like, man, I don't even know what you're talking about, right? This is why teleprompter scripts and flashcards are important. Yeah. So I mean, I've been on that side of the camera. I know what it's like, and I know it can be hard if like you don't get good info, or maybe like the person you're interviewing can be a bit of a a wet rag, right? Like that's going to happen. But the key here is you had all the footage, you had everything you could have edited. So they're going to have to focus on that for next time, for this many games, they show up to 2 minutes, and after they say we'll have an interview on the channel. Yeah. That would be another thing, is when you have this many games, you're doing a really big disservice to the games that are near the end of the showcase, because by now we're all so worn out. Like, I feel like I've been wrung out like a rag. I'm like, oh golly, Jiminy. And the fact that there's still 45 minutes left, that makes it really, really tough. Like the games that show up, late in the show, nobody's going to have a whole lot of patience for them, Me before the new game showcase, me after. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Paul. That's a good one. That is a good one. So
I can try to sometimes maybe.
And I will applaud them for this. Okay, I will applaud them for this. They are just sitting around and being excited about games. They're not being cringy. They're not trying to I don't know. They're not trying to have these scripted moments and these gags like they do in some of the shows that we've watched. So I do appreciate that about them. Like, they just sat here and kind of geeked out about games for a really, really long time. You know what I mean? So I can really appreciate that about what they tried to do. I just think, again, there's such a thing as too much of a good thing, and this has been an abundance. Yeah, it's not like the PC game show. PC game show gets way too overindulgent in what they think is funny. They think it's a funny bit, they think it's a funny gag, and it ends up just being really cringy. I appreciate that they're just sitting around geeking out about video games. Like, they're not trying to do scripted, gags and jokes.
We know how she's gonna play it.
So the choice,
make it as miserable as possible.
Let me take one arm and then feed him that arm while I take off the other arm. Oh, are you surrendering? I can't hear what you're saying.
Too late.
Yeah.
I think he understands me. There are some things that are really exciting about this game, and I cannot wait to try it. So I hope you guys are as excited as I am for this one.
And I can't stress enough, Owlcat Games, they know what they're doing when it comes to CRPGs. Like, they are not to be messed with. They know what they're doing, and I think this is one to keep an eye on for sure.
Next up, a few games that I would consider kind of couch co-op games that I would have fun sitting and playing with people, like at a party or with my family. This is going to be Towerborn, coming from Stoic and Xbox Game Studios. We have Sprint City from Double Dutch Games. These are the creators of Speedrunner, and Dinch Attack, coming from Undercoders.
I would describe this as a brawler meets action RPG. This is an awesome entry into the brawler space as somebody who tends to play a lot of RPGs and MMOs. So I have a lot of brain space and like, I want to make really cool builds. A little less so in like, how do I actually dodge and get out of things and find my openings? Early on, I was able to kind of compensate for that by finding nice little gear and little pieces to put together to eventually build my brawler skill set. And I find myself kind of going back and forth as we play test between like, oh, I'm finding something that's a little difficult here. Well, what can I do with my gear set in order to tweak things? Or like, is there a different skill that I should pick up for this particular encounter? And then be able to go dive right back in. The player is an ace, which is a deathless defender of humanity, which is currently...
I really liked a lot about this game. I liked the animation sets. I liked the way that it felt. It was just the sense of progression and going back to town. It just felt like a mobile game. It was like, oh, you've upgraded this weapon type, and so it looks a little bit different, and now you've upgraded this. Like, I think they built a great game. It just didn't really land on me. This game and Banner of the Spark, or Linked Banner of the Spark, I should say, were two games I was looking forward to playing with Madam, but they just ended up feeling like mobile games to me.
He is still brewing there.
We wanted players to experience a brawler-type combat inside like a Diablo-style RPG gear sort of system, and so we've spent a lot of time over the last 6 months or so taking a ton of feedback from our players to really kind of hone that particular system. So players should be able to come in, pick one of the 4 classes that we have. They'll see a whole new set of skills. They'll find a whole bunch of new...
Oh, the bad juju, you came in and said it's been a long time since you've been around, man. Good to see you.
Like one of several heroes going in and just beating a bunch of like awesome monsters. We've tried to...
This game is called Towerborn. It was in early access on PC and Xbox for a while. It's been officially announced to have a release, I believe, in February. It's coming to PlayStation as well. It's a good little game. It just didn't land on
Stoic
me.
has always tried to be player first. When we decided to do early access for Towerborn, a lot of that was born out of, we had a vision of trying to evolve the brawler into something bigger, something that hadn't really been done before. You can see other games have taken different routes. You know, some have taken kind of the roguelite route, some stayed into the traditional. We wanted to kind of expand into more like the true action RPG. And in order to do that, early access was very, very important to figure out what was going to work and what wasn't. Simultaneously, we didn't want to be caught in early access limbo, right? Like, I'm sure this is the kind of things that you would love to talk about. I love to talk about them too. How do you not stay in early access for 7 years? Our intent and purpose was, we need to come out of early access solid. And there is a certain point where you just collect everything. Most of the feedback that's coming in either kind of falls into an existing category. Hey, a lot of people have said this thing, you know, maybe you might get something new, but you look at it and you're like, yes, it's new, but it's not reaching the, you know, kind of urgency that some of these other things are. We have a good list of things now. This is kind of what the players have told us. We need to really deliver on that. And the best way we can deliver on that is just, you know, put your head down, focus, and create an experience that I believe is worthy of coming out of early access, that people should look at that and say like, oh, okay, I see why you did it. Absolutely was worth it. I can see a clear night and day difference between what is in live right now and what I am receiving when you go into the 1.0.
One of the big pieces was that folks were big fans of certain pieces of actual gear that you would earn through the game. But there was no cosmetic version of that. And so you had to make the choice of like, do I want to look good or do I want to look a little janky but more powerful? And so we added the ability to be able to create a cosmetic version of the gear that you earn through writs, which are earned through completing adventures.
And so the idea initially with Towerborn was we just want to make a fun beat 'em up with a light story in the background. We weren't really going to lean into kind of the stoic narrative strength that we have. And we just kind of wanted to take a bit of a breather. And we had expected, perhaps incorrectly, that the community would see it for what it is and be okay with it. But it turned out a lot of people were like, wait, you have something very interesting in the background here. We actually really want to know what's going on. We really would like something more clearly leading us through. And so we've spent a very significant amount of time and resource to put a narrative from the jump. And so there's an arc now. There's a primary antagonist. You will understand that antagonist. You will confront that antagonist, and there will be resolution. And so there's probably a 12 to 20-ish hour story arc now in the game that players can look forward to and feel like there's a resolution to the Towerborn.
Hello, we're Undercoders, and in the studio based in Barcelona. Recently, we've been focused on developing 3D platformers, but our studio is heavily influenced by arcade classics, Japanese culture, and extreme sports games. And Dense Attack is our dream project, a step forward for the studio combining everything we love. In Dense Attack, you'll discover a not-so-distant future Japan in which local railways have been abandoned and are now used by underground gangs to compete in illegal contests of train acrobatics. You'll have to rack up points by chaining trees.
Yeah, I forget where this one got revealed. It looks pretty creative. It's not. I don't really do the whole like go really fast, get combos games, but this one looks pretty cool.
A game that is not just about what you do, but how you do it. It's expressive, stylish, and totally up to you. From our first trips in the late 90s, we've been obsessed by traveling across Japan by train and being able to dive into the local culture, getting to know the architecture, the landscapes, the folklore, and we're always captivated by the sheer contrast of their peaceful countryside and the high energy of its huge cities, which somehow feels connected and part of the same cultural rhythm. It's a never-ending source of inspiration that has been fueling our creative energy throughout all the years and has now materialized in Dense Attack. On your adventure, you'll find a variety of challenges to move forward, from trip-pack arenas to compete for high scores, to objective-based exploration levels, and even racing circuits.
The world is packed with a bunch of unique characters from different gangs and personalities that you will have to face on your journey through Japan. And with every new challenge, you will grow as a Dense Attacker and further add to the chaos. We've handcrafted every stage from the ground up, pulling from real-world locations to make every landscape different but recognizable. You will go really fast, but if you look closely, you'll catch references to every corner of Japanese culture.
You'll be fighting wild boss battles against gang leaders, which will test everything that you've learned. These are always full of surprises. You'll never know what secret technique your rebel hides, so you'll have to get creative to overcome them with your train. They're a mix of spectacle, personality, and challenge that one could expect for an anime-style showdown made game. Dense Attack is a love letter to anime, skate games, and Japan's iconic train system. If you like Jet Set Radio, Tony Hawk, or Dense to Go, you can't miss this train.
Wishlist now.
Hi-Fi Magic School Bus. No. Yeah, it looks like it knows what it wants to be. People love these games. They're not for me.
Welcome to Dense Attack. It's the best game in the world.
See us.
Hello, we're Undercoders. Hello. Wishlist now. Wishlist now. Wishlist now. We can't wait to show you more.
I talked to McLaren and Shayna, and they were awesome and very chatty about their game, and for all good reasons. They were an early access game. It's they want to focus more on the RPG side of things, but technically speaking, looter, brawler, side scroller, like you said, meant to
Kind
be
of like Castle Crashers.
yeah, that is definitely the most common comparison they get, but along those lines of couch co-op, you want to play with a buddy or play with whoever's next to you, and they are actually an early access game, now going to full release. So this is their big update to justify the full release, but it was already definitely justified. Upon full release, we're looking at 170 plus missions. What they say is probably around 20 plus hours of content, and they also want to focus on these builds, which lead to an ultimate replayability. So there's also a difficulty bar they're going to be adding to all of this. They have a level that is going to be called, I believe, Brutal. And from what I'm being told, it will be extremely difficult, but the game is meant to be replayed plenty with you focusing on what builds you actually want as you play through it all.
There's definitely a huge market for co-op couch gaming right now in a world of like online multiplayer. I feel like that's kind of a lost art. You saw successive games like Split Fiction, stuff like that. So.
For those of you who are lonely without friends, I relate to you. I actually played this game by myself every time I have played it, and I still had a blast.
And for those who haven't checked out the original, with this big update though, also introducing a new biome. You have new bosses. The enemies you fight against have new styles of combat. So they are really introducing a full-fledged game that was already pretty fleshed out to begin with, but they're wanting people to be like, okay, this is technically a new game. So for those who are expected to stumble across this, you are getting a brand new side scroller with so much replayability.
And it's another situation where they took a ton of feedback from early access.
Yes, heavily community focused. Again, we've said it many a times. A lot of these devs know how to listen to feedback because those are their diehards, and they have definitely done that.
Next up, we had Dinch Attack.
I like Train.
I love these
You tried to steal it from me, but I was taking that.
I love
Who
these guys.
doesn't like trains?
I love these guys.
This is my favorite Japan-inspired game ever.
I had seen this game before, but I didn't really understand what it even was. But now I understand what it is, the inspirations. Like, it makes sense. As weird as it is to say that an acrobatic train game makes sense to me, it makes sense now.
Yeah, because we were talking, what, like Temple...
That is a game for the new generation.
Like,
yes.
Temple Runner X... like TikTok.
Yeah, you see it's under a Joe Rogan clip on TikTok, like to keep people's attention.
But in the best of way, because also I love doing this kind of format because you see a different side of those devs. Like they went out of their way to send us that stuff, and we get to see a different side of them, and to see and connect to the faces behind it and see their enthusiasm.
They're so fun.
Yeah.
How could they not make a fun game?
Yeah.
It's impossible.
The boss, the mecha train
The mecha
thing.
train
and, like,
boss is
When I
sick.
heard there's gonna be a boss fight in the train acrobatics game, I was like,
at first glance, you're like, what is this? And then you realize you see more of it.
I can't wait to know the storyline.
Exactly. So it seems fun and engaging, and then there's like, oh, there's a story behind this.
And
you're
there's
like,
real
okay.
bosses
and real inspirations. Like
So
they
it's a
show you what has actually inspired them to make this Japanese style game.
Yes, I think.
Lovely. Train out of 10.
Next up in that group, we had Sprint City. That is coming from Double Dutch, which was the creators of Speedrunners, which is another very popular, couch game that people have played for a very long time. They have Speedrunners 2 already coming out, but this is a whole different game, but from the same creators.
This looks like a game that, in a good way, would really piss me off to lose to other people.
It looks like a game that would ruin friendships.
It looks like one of those side scrollers that I would fall so far behind where you can't even see the others, and it just kind of leaves you real upset.
The first jump, and you're like, I'm gonna get it.
Turn the console off.
Get a bigger TV so I can see where they're at.
To me, Sprint City is the game that you are over at like a party. It's like the Super Smash Bros. Effect.
Yes.
It's like we've played a round of Pong or something, and now we want to play a video game together. We're gonna go play this, and people are gonna get pissed, and Jake and Rob are gonna get in a fist fight probably, and like
He doesn't want that.
And who do you think's gonna win that fist fight?
We already had this
Who do you
debate
think
today.
would win that fit? Just look at the size of the feet. Pretty close, aren't? Yeah.
Did you guys ever play Overcooked with your families?
I did not, but I've watched people, and I've seen it ruin relationships. I feel like
It can. It's the ultimate test of communication. In this case, my understanding is the game is much more competitive, where you're playing against your friends, not really working together. But these types of games, I just
it's momentum based. It's Sprint City, literally.
You okay? I'm out of gas, brothers. I'm out of gas. You feel like the show is paid for by Sony? I don't know why you think that. Most of the games have been PC.
Or your friends won't play with you.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, now we have a set of beautiful games, in my opinion. This is going to be Eternal Life of Goldman from We Appy Studio and THQ Nordic. We have Dust Fade from Weird Beluga in Fireshine, and another Fireshine game.
There will not need to be a recap tomorrow, Mince Tree. We've got other things to talk about tomorrow. This has been something that you could watch all the trailers later. The interviews, if you're super interested. Yeah, this game looks great. I remember when this one was announced. I've got it wishlisted already.
What do you mean?
What?
What do you mean he smashed?
What do you think? He fell from a great height.
Yeah, but he couldn't have... did he really die?
I imagine he was crushed to a pulp. Do you think they'll ever find his body?
Mom!
Okay. I was just making sure you were paying attention.
Yeah, Eternal Life of Goldman. There's a free demo on Steam in February. Yeah, I've got that wish listed already. I thought it looked really good the last time they showed it. You've been going all day. I need your energy, y'all. If you've appreciated me kind of staying in the ring like a champ so you guys could have something to watch and hang out and do all day, make sure you're hitting the like button and do all the things. I've been kind of wanting to try that one with Madam once we're looking for something maybe a little bit more chill co-op. We're working on Mario Galaxy 2 right now.
Do you want to die?
No.
Really?
You can't turn back time, my star.
So the music, the movement, combat, it all fits. And then the lead character doesn't. He needs like a helmet and a different voice. I think this looks really, really good. I just think stylistically, having like a child with a child's voice as the main character really hurts it. Like, the music was awesome. The movement was cool. You know, got a great art style. It's got a vibe. It's got kind of like a steampunk game. It reminds me of that game. What was that game called? Oh, where you were like you had like a big arm and it was like a isometric and you solved puzzles. It's not Grok, but it's got a name like that. Yeah, him being like a little boy just feels, it like throws off the vibe. He's like, yeah, ha, huh. Dusk Fade. Yeah.
First, we had Eternal Life of Goldman that we just watched that trailer.
It looks art style is crazy.
I love the hand-drawn vibe. Oh,
huge Hollow Knight.
It looks like those classic.
It looks so good.
Classic animation.
It gives me also Cuphead too.
Cuphead, it's like Cuphead, Hollow Knight.
Yeah. Oh, and so they've had a previous trailer that was very unsettling because the narrative, the narration went from like comforting,
happy, and then it got really
to dark and scary. This one, it was much more.
I miss the murder rides.
But like it works. I'm so excited. I think it looks so good.
It's gonna be emotional. It seems like an emotional game.
Yes.
That like people are gonna get tied to. Like you said, Hollow Knight. What was it? Celeste, sort of.
Yes.
Maybe a little bit. I mean, game of the year. I don't know.
Whoa.
As people like to say about any game.
Yeah, they have a free demo launching in February actually, so people can actually try it.
I love the narration, and I can't wait to see more behind it.
Like we touched on, I think it's one of those games that people will play because it's like a challenging platformer, side-scrolling type game, and then you're gonna be sobbing by the end of it.
Yeah, it just seems very like they tell you just enough to pique your interest. They don't tell you much in the trailer,
and then they're gonna emotionally destroy.
Yeah, and it seems very dark, and you're like, well, why?
And hopefully set you up perfect for a sequel.
Yeah. Oh, you never know.
Hand painted. As well, hand drawn.
I don't even know how you do that though. Like, how do you hand draw a game? That's crazy.
See, hopefully next year we have
people more talented than us. This is why we're sitting here. And
I'm like, where are the frames at? What do you?
That's one of the games that would be really cool to go do a dive on in the studio. Like I want to
just to see. I want to see what
call
you did
us.
this.
We want to come and see.
We'll go.
We will fly there. I promise.
Next up, then we had Core Keeper, a game that you two especially are very familiar with. We have an update coming where you're going to be able to have a massive update with the Northern Biome on January 28th. There's a new boss, there's next-gen weapons and armor, whole new stuff.
Yeah, I play this a lot with my wife. It's just like one of our couple games, and I love it, and so seeing new content is crazy.
I played it a lot by myself. I started playing it, and suddenly I had over 100 hours in this game. I wish I could show off my base.
Yeah, I thought I was doing well. I mentioned it to Lua that I played Core Keeper, and I felt pretty good about where it was. And it's just like, I have 100 hours, and I have this, and this. I'm like, okay, I'll just leave.
It's a great game. I had a lot of fun. It's one of these games you start, and suddenly you spent a week playing it.
Oh, you will lose yourself. The other night, we stayed up till 1 a.m. playing it when we meant to play till 11, and it's just because.
It's good.
Yeah, it's just one more run through the mines. I'll be right back.
How would you define this game to someone who hasn't seen it?
I mean, I would say it's Stardew Valley, kind of meets Terraria, but it's like procedurally generated, up to 8-player co-op, so you can play with all of your friends, unless you have way more friends than me. And it's just. Every run is going to be different because it's all based on seeds, so you can have different save files for different friends and pairings. It's really, really cool.
You can actually use your same character in different save files. So if you're playing by yourself or in your friend's server, you can use the same character, or you can make a new character for their server. So it's kind of like you can visit their home.
And boss fights. I forgot about that.
Oh, the boss fights are so good.
Stardew Valley, more combat focused, but also co-op and boss fights.
So different boss fights have different mechanics. The boss system in this game is actually excellent. I have killed, I think, all of the bosses on the game as of right now, so I can't wait for the update, for the new stuff.
For a new one.
Then finally in that section, we had Dusk Fade from Weird Beluga and Fireshine.
That's the one right there. That's the one.
They say it is a love letter to the golden era of 3D action platforming like Jak and Daxter in Ratchet and Clank.
That whole era, like the PS1, PS2 era, that's what was screaming at me.
Yeah, Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, and then there's boss fights with dodge rolls and health bars, so therefore it is a Souls-like.
And we saw so many different environments too.
Well, like some games, you see the gameplay and
She's
you're
about
just...
to lose her mind.
Well, I was gonna say, you see some gameplay and you just it's gonna feel good in the hand.
You can tell by watching somebody else play that feels so good. There's so much dopamine being
and
released.
then you actually play it and you get destroyed.
Yeah, and you're like, I'm not that good, but I will get there. It looks very, very good.
It's cute. It looks like a fun game, like you would let your kids play as well.
Is it like a good combination of all that? You even saw a little bit of Kingdom Hearts there, a little bit.
Yes, definitely a good mix.
And he's grabbing
the sword.
Yeah. When the devs describe a game as a love letter to a certain genre or to other games and are not afraid to embrace that,
That's a good sign.
It's a level. If it's a level to be able to say that, there has to be some level of confidence there. Like I know what I have
and respect,
so I can call it a love letter because I know when they see it, they're gonna feel the same way.
That's good. That's well said.
Next up, we have Shadow of the Road coming from Owlcat as well, with Another Angle Games being the dev. There is Starfinder from Epic Tellers, as well as Gallipoli from Black Mill Games.
Citizens of Nippon, a new dawn rises upon your land. Through progress and technology, we bring prosperity to all. Your nation ripples with mutiny. But our technology will protect your peace. Peace demands the sacrifice of those that stand in the way of progress. On behalf of your glorious Emperor Mutsuhito, we will bring light where there is darkness. Together, we march into a brighter tomorrow. For peace, for progress, for the Empire.
This is Ricard Pillosu, and I am the co-founder at Epic Tellers Entertainment. I'm here to tell you about our first game, Starfinder Afterlife, licensed from Paizo. At its core, Starfinder Afterlife is a party-based RPG in a universe that mixes technology and magic. We focus on creating great storytelling inspired by movies like Guardians of the Galaxy or shows like Firefly. While in the game you will create your own character, in the demo you play as one of the companions, Sterling.
So you give orders? Naughty.
Thanks to the success of our Kickstarter, our game will have full voiceover. The dialogue system is the main way to introduce the player to the lore of the world.
If you have the sudden, weird feeling of being naked, it's Lou. Her gaze is like an X-ray machine. By the looks on her face, she either thinks you're a joke, or it's her favorite song playing.
That was our narrator, Roger Clark, known from the Red Dead Redemption series, giving the right space western feeling we're looking for in the game.
Yeah, sorry to ruin happy hour for you, but I have bad news about the big one and the runt. Don't worry, I promise not to say I told you so.
Lou here is referring to Taiko and Cole, our friends, that, after a heist gone wrong, should meet us here. Lou seems to know something about them. If you push Lou about the information she's skipping, she's going to be annoyed, and that will lower your approval with her and limit your potential romance options.
Hold on, hotshot. I own the info. I choose how to deliver it. All right. They were ambushed at Secubot offices. They knew they were coming, so now the odd couple needs our help. Happy now?
We start the combat right away. The security robots are looking for us and are waiting outside the bar.
Time for my close-up.
The game uses the battle-tested system of Pathfinder 2nd Edition with 3 actions per turn. Lu already starts in a very good place. She's a support character, so it's better for her to stay behind. She will use the ability Get Them to give a bonus to Sterling when he attacks a specific character, and then shoot again. Now, for Sterling, what makes more sense is to close our distance and use our energy weapon. For combat, we decided to stay away from a grid-based system that gave the feeling of a tabletop simulator.
Time for my close-up.
This is it. The team is in full production to release the first 10 hours in early access for summer next year. We cannot wait to show you more. Thanks for watching.
Gallipoli is a hardcore multiplayer first-person shooter set in the Middle Eastern theater of World War I. It features authentic weapons, locations, and factions that you play with 50-player servers. How we approach it is we have a unique blend of arcade where we don't compromise on is picking the locations. Those are always the actual battles. The weapons, the ones that were actually used, and uniforms that are as accurate as possible and plausibly used. It sets us apart there. We go quite deep on the history, but then again we're more accessible than say some of the military simulators. It's easy to jump into. Game is a bit more approachable. So in that way, it sets it apart from another subgenre in the shooters as well. If you wield one of the rifles in the game, the bolt action rifles, you expect it to be one shot, one kill. The rest of the game is built around that premise. So yes, rifles are one shot kill, but then again, it must not be the case that somebody goes around the corner and kills the entire team within 1 second. So especially in multiplayer, the fairness concept must be adhered to. So everything is built sort of around making sure that the game feels fair. So there's a balance between in the gunplay that needs to happen, as well as in the way we handle spawning and how quick you are back into the battle. You're very quick to be in combat here. There's other quirky weapons that are part of the arsenals, but these are accurate. They were used. We don't do experimental weapons. We try to stay as accurate as possible when we model them. The locations we picked, using some geodata, a lot of investigations on images, trying to puzzle together how it looked like when when the battle took place. When you're under fire, you have a difficulty reloading your weapon, for instance, and that has custom animations to it. So it's quite elaborate. Not a lot of games, if at all, do this, where it's really dynamic based on what happens, and still fair in the way that the rules are predictable. It's not a random jamming system. It's really dependent on what the player does. One of the cooler things is that you can now build stuff together. Part of the game mode will be that you were able to construct objectives and machine guns and other things together. It's kind of like our evolution of the game mode we had in Isonzo, taken to
Chat, stop taking pictures of me, man. It's been a long day, okay? Yeah, I was checking my phone, and I'm really tired, okay? And I'm a little bored. I'm sorry. I've been in the chair for 10 hours.
Story tactical driven RPG in Japan, but also some like supernatural stuff going on.
Okay, so I actually played the demo for this game, and it was super fun. It felt kind of like XCOM meets like Samurai, but there were like very unique twists. The final fight in the demo is actually really sick. I hope you enjoy it. There was like cool mechanics, and I don't know, give the demo a go, and fun stuff. If you like the kind of like XCOM, tactical, maybe even a little bit of like the Baldur's Gate type, definitely check it out.
There's a late 2026 release for this game. I would say to me, someone who doesn't play these types of games, I just think the storyline, or not the storyline, like the environment is cool. It's Japan with supernatural elements. Like you saw that big robot walking around.
Sci-fi samurai. I feel like that's like a trend now. Is like taking certain settings and combining it with sci-fi. That's really cool.
I'm not sure if I would say it's sci-fi, but I would say like mythology. It's just some really sick stuff. There is a lot of exploration, and exploration is actually quite cool. You can like change things in the world.
Then we had Starfinder coming from Epic Tellers. That's going to be in early access in 2026 as of right now, and the demo is actually going to be available soon during Steam Next Fest. So when this airs, that will be a month away.
So I actually got to talk with the devs. They were very happy that the Kickstarter was doing so well. They also got a very good team in the voice acting team, and the game seems super exciting. I can't wait to hear more about it.
I mean, being built off of Pathfinder, I think you said 2nd edition?
Yes.
You know there's going to be a lot of depth and complexity when it comes to combat too. So, I mean, I can see why people are excited. I can just certainly see.
But to me, what I can already appreciate looking at it is, okay, you guys obviously paid a lot of attention to your art style, being kind of like the Persona vibes of the pop-ups. I think is really cool. And as we know, the voice acting as well. I think they have a couple of notable names.
Sombra from Overwatch.
Yeah, so they put a lot of detail into those, which I can appreciate, even as someone who doesn't.
And funnily enough, this character that I mentioned, that's this larvae with this grub-like character with a grub, is actually voiced by the same VA as Asterion. So,
oh goodness.
Breach is also voice acted by Neil Bone, and he's also the director of the voice acting in this game.
That's crazy.
Then we had World War I Gallipoli as our final one. Jake got to do another interview here with someone who, I remember you saying during the interview, it felt like a high school lesson for you listening.
Yeah, it was awesome to talk to Josh, and he gave me a real quick pronunciation lesson, because luckily I got his name right, and I didn't get the name of the game right, because being from Iowa, I said Gallipoli, and it is pronounced Gallipoli. Long story short, Gallipoli is covering the Ottoman front, the Eastern front throughout all of this, and what you'll find with Black Mill Games is they always have realistic weaponry for the side they're covering and for the time being World War I, and they don't miss that here.
Well, the uniforms, there's so much attention to detail, and they even have some unique gameplay systems, like the suppression system, where
coolest thing.
So cool.
It's basically like when the fire's coming in, like you'll start to struggle reloading and stuff.
I don't think I've ever seen, like, I'm sure, I don't know if it's been done or not, but I can't recall another game that's done that.
But it's so clever, because of course you'd struggle reloading when bullets are whizzing by.
What that does for your level of immersion is,
And just to remind you guys, this game, I think they do have a PvP focus, but they're also working on a single-player campaign.
Yeah, they want to do it justice of telling stories of actual battles that did take place, and they're going to continue this string. Like, they're going to continue. I even asked them, like, what do you progress forward on as a studio? Like, he's like, well, we got a lot to do still for World War I. It was a big war, and it lasted a long time, and so they're not even done here. And luckily, they have found themselves a diehard audience that wants to see this story told battle to battle, all encompassing the same war.
Well, and it's such a fascinating way to be able to preserve that piece of history.
Yeah,
exactly. Like in an interactive way where people can kind of go boots on the ground and see what it was like in of course, a gamified version, but I think it helps educate a whole new generation on something that would otherwise kind of be forgotten.
Okay, now our final section we have here, a very exciting, a very cool one, if I had to say and use the word I haven't used so far. For the first time, a very cool section here. First up, we have Where Winds Meet, a game that obviously is already out.
I love it!
But we are getting a brand new boss coming to the Western version of the game in Dino Blade, coming from Team Spino. Incredible looking game. And we also have exclusive interview content with Crimson Desert.
We're almost there, chat.
Does the moon over the south still shine bright?
The execution of the art style in that section was so cool with like the painting on the ground. I really liked that. That was really, really dope.
Cool, mama. Huh?
Based on the trailers and based on a bunch of things that I've seen about this game, you can clearly slay dragons. Is that true?
There are dragons in the game, and you do fight them. We haven't revealed just yet whether or not you can actually slay them, but you can fight them, you can fly them.
Can you lay them?
I'm sorry to the Lua fans, but at this point we're not confirming whether or not there's dragon relations.
Could you speak a little bit to how big this game is?
We've been seeing some news out there with some specific numbers floating around about how big the map is. I don't think numbers really do it justice because how big is that in terms of scope and scale? But what we can say is the world's at least twice as big as the open world and playable area of Skyrim. It's larger than the map of a Red Dead Redemption 2. Open world games are about doing things, having activities, having distractions. So we wanted to create a world that's not only massive, but is also incredibly interactive. Obviously, you and your community, Lua, care a lot about romance systems. This is not that type of game in terms of RPG elements and decision-making. What it is, though, is you choose the type of character that you want to play as in terms of your progression within the systems in the game. And then through basically headcanon, you're having this very different experience than other players because of the scope and scale of the game. You'll be distracted by something, you'll go on this quest line, you'll have an experience that'll be radically different than someone else, even though they're playing the same game. The guiding principle for the game is around empowering the player and not forcing them into specific choices. There's a lot of time between.
Is the guy they're interviewing, is his actual name Will Powers? Is this man's name Will Powers?
Say I have an hour to jump in and play this game after work. What is my experience going to look like? So we've done a little bit of showing when you're not in combat, how you're taking advantage and interacting with the world, harvesting resource, gathering them for a whole crafting system that we have in the game. For
my man's name is Will Powers.
You can build your house, apparently.
There is a house. The world is made to be interacted with, and
that
that's
is
also
epic,
how you
bro.
learn about the world. So by talking to NPCs, by picking up chickens, then you've learned and your codex will have been updated about the chicken.
What about things that go beyond like fighting? Is there like puzzles? Is there like different types of quests?
That's a great question. One of the things that we showcased, we had a team over to Korea to do a deep dive kind of behind the scenes last September. They came out and we showed them a glimpse of a bunch of different systems. One of the systems that we showed them was in what we call the aerial abyss. It's those sky islands that you see there. That's a very important and pivotal part in the story and quest and mystery surrounding the world. In those sky islands, there are puzzles. They all have a different vibe, if you will, and then treasures and rewards for completing them.
When can people get the game? Where can they get it? What does that look like for you guys?
The game comes out on March 19th across basically every platform. It'll be available on consoles on PS5, as well as Xbox Series X and S, PC, as well as natively on Mac.
First, let's start with Where Winds Me. Well, since the game came out, I have played basically every day that game since it came out. I really like it. I love how many we just did get new footage of a boss fight, but the game is goes way beyond this. You can play it single player, you can do everything by yourself, you can play with friends, you can have a guild. The game is mind-blowing, especially because it's free, it's not pay to win, everything in their story is cosmetic.
So Where Winds Me is such a crazy game because for one, it's free.
Yeah.
Which is wild. It's monetized exclusively through cosmetics. Yep. So they've even said we will never monetize power within the game, which I think is the way it should be.
Yeah.
But they also want to it has kind of two sides to it, where it does have the single player adventure side, because you can play by yourself.
Yeah, we watched a 3-hour podcast with 45 trailers. Oh man, yeah. Bless their heart. They had good intentions. They'll do better next time. I believe it. I believe it. I trust them to do better next time. They'll take the feedback.
Doesn't matter Eastern or Western, but those are the kind of things that people are going to talk about.
This game is shocking on how much depth it has.
There
like,
really is nothing like it.
God,
like,
the game is beautiful.
It's absolutely crazy, and every boss fight is different and visually pretty stunning, I would say.
Speaking of, we watched the boss fight, the Master's Message. It seems like it's based on, obviously, you're reading the Master's Message. You have to fight a different version of this ink boss. While we were watching it, you, Rob, specifically, were like you haven't played this game, but you're watching it and you're thinking, wow, maybe I should play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Why? Like, what looks good about
it? It looks so satisfying. Like, there's something about it. You know how it is when you're fighting a boss and it's like the movement's almost fluid and you're almost like in rhythm with the boss and their moveset. And that's what makes games like that are boss-centric so satisfying to play. There's something about mastering a boss's moveset.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people like the combat in this game. Like, all that stuff you said, very true. And very expansive. And then the flip side is the combat is also really good.
Yeah, it looks very good. I think that's like what Luke was talking about. It's just the fact that it's free to play. Even myself, before it was released, I was so skeptical of it. It's like, there's no way that there's a catch. There's got to, because naturally with the nature of our industry, there's been so much free to play stuff that comes out and you're like, not what I expected. But this seems to be like a really, really quality game.
Then we also saw Dino Blade here, which an action game.
That's why I'm here.
Some information, an action game centered, obviously fighting as a dinosaur with a sword. The demo is available on Steam right now for PC. It's about an hour-long demo, so you can play it if you want, have some fun. We got to see a new dinosaur in that trailer that has never been seen before, and
Was this edited down? Yeah, I mean, they just sat and vamped about the games, all of the games, and I think this was a mistake, but they thought it would be a good idea, like after they would showcase like 3 or 4 games, they would all sit and kind of debrief about each game. And I think that kind of content has a place. I mean, it does. This was not the place for it. You don't do it in the showcase. This is why the showcase was 3.5 hours long. Half of the showcase is them doing this. It's extremely overindulgent and unnecessary. So yeah. Yeah. It has potential to be a good event. It does. They're just gonna have to trim this kind of stuff either completely out or way down, or do these as separate uploads.
Which is Black Desert as well.
The entire game is built on their proprietary engine, which it was fascinating to hear how they've broken it down, because you see Crimson Desert and so many things about it look too good to be true. They look crazy. They have hundreds of enemies on screen. They have all of this physics simulation. They have crazy stuff where they have sky islands you can jump down from straight down to the surface.
Can I just to explain in the physics simulation that he's talking about? So, for example, if you have like a siege weapon and you throw a boat at a house, you can actually see the destruction starting from where the boat hit and everything else falling through it.
Well, and people see that, and from our frame of standard open worlds in Unreal Engine 5 or something, not that that's a bad engine or anything, but we see that and we assume, okay, it's gonna run terribly. Okay, it's gonna have frame drops or it's gonna stutter. Okay, this or that. But this is an engine that they have built from the ground up with this game basically in mind. And it's just absolutely crazy because we've had the chance to play it, and that just is what the game is. It's ridiculous and crazy. And what's even crazier is that Will even shared with us some very special information that we are breaking here for the first time.
The size of the game is 2
times
Skyrim.
We didn't even rehearse that.
That just happened.
It's twice the size of Skyrim. It's actually bigger than the entire map of Red Dead Redemption 2.
Which is crazy.
Which I love that Will follows up by saying size doesn't matter, but in our game, it kind of does.
But we're bigger. It's crazy.
Well, I saw from the first gameplay clip that you could ride a dragon and a bear. Quite honestly, I don't know how my body's gonna keep up with this level of testosterone. Between that
It is not the first game.
If there was a dinosaur to ride, we'd be in trouble.
Next year for the next show, and you're just gonna walk over.
Guys, it's not the first game that you can ride a bear.
Huh? What'd you say?
Not the first game you can ride a bear. It might be true, but
different kind of ride.
Baldur's Gate 3 ride.
But also, when you drop a line like that, you mentioned confidence. You don't drop a line like that without knowing that you are confident in your game.
They are
You
putting
mentioned that for a
themselves
reason.
in the same bucket as Skyrim and Red Dead 2, and I think that tells you all you need to know about their confidence level of where they're at.
Coming March 19th.
Coming March 19th.
Let's go. Thank you, those of you who stayed with us from beginning to end. We really appreciate you. This has been a blast to work with on the background. Those guys have been amazing.
I think there's a thank you in a few different directions we would all probably feel. One, obviously for like myself, thank the team, production team as well. I think this is awesome. Very cool that you guys were all down to try to do this. It's like a new thing. Also thank you to the audience, right? Like whoever is watching this and trying to engage in something new, it does mean a lot to us and the developers.
Thank you so much to the devs for taking us seriously and, you know, being excited to share with us what you have shared, to talk with us.
Our goal was to really try to lower the barrier for
That's
a lot of
not me.
developers to be able to showcase their games, even if they don't have a crazy marketing budget or they don't have some big publisher that can, brute force it. And I mean, the crazy amounts of talent that we saw put on display today is wild. And I think we're all very humbled that we had the chance to check it out and share it with you.
Thank you for having us.
It's also something that we can look forward to a little bit, where we did this in a pretty small time frame, I would say.
Yeah, you guys have no idea.
Yeah, we started talking like 3 or 4 months ago.
And a lot of people that we spoke to, publishers and devs, again, thank you again, because they worked very hard to get this stuff to us and out and participate in it. And a lot of people we talked to that didn't participate because they had other plans. It's like, well, we didn't know about this. But hopefully for the next one, we can plan more in advance and people can be a part of it and like, hey, let's go travel to people, right? And do interviews in person. Let's go.
Yeah, we want to grow on this. We want to do it better, but we got to get the first one out there. I can't even stress the amount of times we brought up a game. I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that game existed until you explained it to me, and now I'm interested in that game and the team behind it. Like that's the beauty of this show. Like that was our ultimate goal. We want to expose you guys to games you either did or did not know about, and then it also give you guys a different show of like, this is the team behind it and the personalities you can attach yourself to for the future of these games.
It was great putting faces to these developers as well, because this industry, naturally, we're very critical of developers, but I think sometimes we forget that those are real people that pour their heart, that video games are art.
They love it. They love
what they're doing, and I think that's awesome.
Well, to all of you guys out there, this has been the first ever edition of New Game Plus. It has been an absolute honor for all of us to come together, and hopefully much more coming in the future. We all love, at the very core, we love freaking video games, and we got to show you guys so much today, and hopefully more in the future. It's been an absolute pleasure, and here's to that future.
So much more coming.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I don't have any.
Cheers.
I have nothing left after 3 hours.
Yeah. They if they have plans to do more in the future, I think they have extremely easy notes to implement in feedback that they can use to make it a much better event. I think they've got good intentions. I like the idea. They're just going to have to dramatically cut down on the talking. Focus more on the games. I would even shorten some of those interviews, and that use the lengthy interviews, use the deep dives into mechanics in certain games, use your podcast stuff of like you guys sitting around talking. Use that later, use that when you're not live to kind of like grow your platform, grow your YouTube channel, grow your awareness. Use that content later. You just jammed it all into a 3.5 hour long show, and it made it really tough to watch. So I think they've got a lot of room to grow and improve, and as long as they're going to have to take that feedback in stride, because I think people are being pretty harsh, and you know how the public is. Jeff puts on an absolutely killer show, and people talk about it like it's a tragedy every time. It's like, and I've always thought his shows have been very good. So I appreciate you guys hanging out. We got a pretty uphill climb tomorrow if you guys are going to try to unlock Madam for Friday night. Appreciate you guys so much hanging out. We got more gaming news and more things to discuss tomorrow. There were some developments, obviously, even tonight about more games coming out with release dates and more games coming to PlayStation that I wasn't even anticipating. I wasn't sure we were seeing Towerborn come to PlayStation like that. So, yeah, appreciate you guys. See you tomorrow. Hit like on your way out. Thanks for hanging with me all the way to the very, very end. And we will see you tomorrow for more gaming coverage. And I believe we'll be doing the Control gameplay tomorrow. I want to show you guys that game because the sequel is coming this year. All right? All right. Take care. See you guys.